Oh man. Slurgy is back. And Slurgy is here. And Slurgy is ready to play some Battle Brothers. Last we left off, we had a bit of a kerfuffle with some orcs that went a bit rough. Final Overdrive got right in the lung. Despite this injury, he actually is still, I mean, he's got temp injuries that are kind of bad right now, but he's actually still a totally fine bro. Same kind of deal with Sir Humpert. Obviously we've got the temp injuries that are negatively affecting him, but even with this weakened heart, he's still a really good bro. Will it be hard to use him successfully with 63 hit points? I mean, we'll have to be more careful with him. And similarly, with Final Overdrive, only having 50 fatigue, will it be more difficult for us to maintain spear walls as we need them? Yeah, it will. But we will still persevere, and we can totally keep these bros and take them all the way through Monolith and finish the game with them, and we'll be just fine. It might not be a bad idea for us to get one more bro, just in case, kind of as a backup, because now that they have permanent injuries, even if we were to get what's it called? The Surgeon, because they already have a permanent injury, they could fall. So we could take a look at a Raider. Raiders are a really nice background. Given this is the Oops All Guns run, I could even look at, you know, Squires or Sellswords or other sorts of backgrounds as well. So Raiders are kind of similar to Nomads, only typically more expensive. This guy's actually pretty cheap. We could take a look. We've got some money. And there's nothing too important for us to buy really anymore at this point in the run. We could buy a Warhammer for Alpha. Fighting Spears would still be good. Rondels would still be handy because there are some hats that we may want to dagger down. So there are some hats that we can get from Zweihanders and Knights if we were to be able to fight some noble armies. And if we were to do that, we would, you know, we'd be pretty happy with some Rondels to help us bring those down. And so I guess that is a reasonable thing we could do. Could buy this Warhammer and a Rondel. Sure. So we'll start there, and then we'll sort of think of what we want to do. Oh yeah, I guess we don't need the second boar spear anymore, huh? We'll still keep an extra, just in case. Oh yeah, and we can sell this cleaver that we got from the Barbarian Madman, because it's sadly not very good. Do I want to take a look at Heartbreak the Terrible? I might hang on to my money just to see if there's a gun for sale. So, where to now? We'll need to heal up our injuries, and so we could make another pass through the wilds. We'll probably pause a little bit on fighting the big orc camps. We're kind of getting a little over our head with the big orc camps anyway. The funny thing is this particular sort of composition that we've got, I think excels against goblins and barbarians. So it's kind of ironic, unfortunate, strategic mishap. I don't know, whatever you want to say. But the sea of tents camps that we have happened to find and then are taking are orcs. And I don't think the team is great against orcs with these particular builds, relatively speaking. So, anyway. So orcs and goblins tend to spawn in clumps. So occupying, in this case, orcs at the top half of this side of the map, and then goblins at the bottom. We are looking for Goblin City, or we would like to find it. So instead of making a beeline through the wilds from here, I might head through some of this civilized territory, following some roads, and go to like Fernschichtsfeste, and from there maybe head out into the wilds, because we do still want to find Goblin City. So, you know, Goblin City will be probably nestled among these goblins here. It'll be far from civilization, so I'm inclined to think that it's very likely that it's here in this section here. Probably this is too close to a city. Probably this is too close to a city. So I'm thinking, given that it's in mountains, because it's always in mountains, it's probably right in here. That's my guess. I suppose maybe it could be nestled in here somewhere. I'm not sure. But in any case, I think we'll bypass the orcs for now. We'll take a small orc break. And I'll travel by road down south to Fernschichtsfeste and then head out in the wilds. So, given that I'm doing that, I could pay for training. These bros are all level 8, right? So I guess they're fine enough. Do I want to take a look at this raider? I want to buy more guns and consumables, and I want to look at doing the library soon as well. What's my throwing axe situation? I've got 1, 2, 3, just 3 sets of the heavy throwing axes? It's not very many. We would like more than that if we're gonna do library, though realistically the phylactery, we did look this up. The phylactery itself has 25 hit points, so a bundle of throwing axes will take out a phylactery in 1 hit. So I guess we don't even need the heavy throwing axes, just regular ones will work fine. The most important thing is just some good ranged attack skill, and all these hybrid gunners have pretty good ranged attack skill. Good enough anyway. Nixlarf's obviously is incredible. And XGI 8 is also good. So we're pretty close to being able to just do library comfortably. And that'll be really nice. As for what I'll take for rewards, I'd previously, in the Peasant Militia run, did the library and then absent-mindedly just sold the Black Book. But I was planning on taking the 2 jugs to get 2 additional perk points instead of the fancy shield. I'm kind of inclined to do that again this run. We've got some good named shields, such that the Gilder's Embrace doesn't feel as important to me. And so I might go with the jugs again this run. As far as what, perks I'm gonna get and who I'm gonna give them to, TBD. I'm not sure. But in any case, ooh, dang. We would like to fight some Frosty Unholds. We also just really want some more components to add on to gear. We want more stuff that we are crafting at the taxidermist. We really want like additional fur padding or some other forge attachment. Additional fur padding would be a good one. But additional fur padding or something like that for some of these forged gears. And we would like, direwolf or hyena pelt attachments for these frontliners here too. So we are looking to fight more beasts so we can craft more stuff from them. One of our mules, our armor stands, just got, well, had a nice time with a peasant lady. Some random barbarians here we could fight just for experience. We do have EELI here, who we really want to get Pathfinder on. And more experience is always welcome. We got several level 8 bros, and these fights are an easy opportunity to get some. Probably put Nixlarfs right on that hex. Boom, boom, boom. Nice shot. I suppose I don't really need to spear wall too much anymore, but and that guy's ready to run already. We also would like more dogs, and there's a few kennels? Whatever, the place where you can buy dogs. There's a few of those in the south. So, twould be a good idea for us to get some more dogs. Hopefully this guy can't, oh yeah. Especially now that he's got a broken arm, he's definitely not taking out a dog. Yeah, I'm really low on them though. And it would be, we will need those if we're gonna do the library. Dogs are a key component of the strategy for fending off the skulls, the flying angry skulls. So we're gonna hang on to these bundles of throwing axes, specifically to take into the library. Boy, there are barbarians coming out of the woodwork here. Oh man, do I take this hex? This seems great. We'll figure out exactly where we're gonna do our blasting. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, what am I doing? There we go. I solved the riddle. Here we go. Want to clear the melee combatants from Nixlarfs. Even though, oh, I was gonna say that guy could get in melee range, but he chose not to. So, good for us. Hey, Black Fire. Hello, hello. How goes it? Apparently we were able to shoot down there. That's kind of surprising to me. Reforged Winstreak win. Oh boy. Mark your bingo cards. That's a good question. I suppose first I have to play Reforged, huh? I do plan on checking it out, as previously stated. I might do a Reforged run after this one. We'll see. I'm open to the idea, considering it. But yeah, I do find it exciting that, you know, there's people who like this game as much as I do that are, you know, keen to keep the legacy alive and work on mods and new additions and stuff like that, adding content to the game. Since, you know, Overhype has understandably sort of moved on to work on Menace. Did you know there's a medium armor perk in Legends? So in between, yeah, in between, it's called like Live, right? Is that correct? I have heard of it. I like the idea of that existing, by the way. That's one of the things. Oh no, Duke is gonna die. I shouldn't have chased these. Should not have chased these drummers down. I don't actually know what Live does. But the idea of a perk for medium armor, conceptually, I like. You've seen the Menace trailers, looks underwhelming, hopefully you're wrong. Yeah, I mean, I don't put too much stock in trailers just because it's kind of hard for trailers to portray what a game's gameplay is really going to be like. It's just too difficult, I think. So I kind of agree that the trailers don't look too exciting, but it's also, I think, just because they don't have much to show, because it's still very much a work in progress. That's my take anyway. But I've got excitement for it just because, you know, if Overhype was able to make Battle Brothers, then I have to imagine that they are fully capable of making other fun games too. At least that's my thought. All right, Deep Space Cowboy, one of our frontline gunners leveling up. Do I take the 4 in hit points or the 5 in resolve? That's a tough call. Let's grab just a little more resolve. I think another 5er here would be good. And I'll probably grab Underdog here. Feel pretty good about that. For this bro, he will eventually, at some point here soon, be putting himself into positions where he's going to get surrounded. At least some of the time. And do I chase these Reavers just for their throwing weapons? They're kind of far off the beaten path, but we'll chase them down anyway, I guess. Got some throwing weapons there. Can I take him out before he can even attack? We'll see. Okay. Now we got that one. Got that one and got his throwing axes. Nice. You'll love to see it. Okay. Got those throwing axes. So we'll go ahead and sock those away. I guess in a way, when I'm thinking about the perspective of going into library, I guess the regular throwing axes are actually better than the heavy throwing axes because they have an little additional hit chance. Kind of didn't think about that beforehand, but now that I really sort of think about it, the regular throwing axes are actually more important to me. Just purely from the perspective of library. And I don't have too many pure throwers where I even need many heavy throwing axes. Oh well, whatever. We've got them. We've got them, so we'll use them. Alright, we'll let those goblins go. At least for now. Did not see a mercenary company on the way. Was kind of hoping for something like that, maybe. Didn't happen. That's okay. List of Grunberg. Probably won't accept this. I don't know. Some of those contracts to go bust a camp for a noble faction can be a bit meh. Here's a really good reach hammer. Very good, in fact. Yowza. So, get some additional damage ignores armor, and weapon skills build up less fatigue, which doesn't really matter to us. But we do have a gunner with hammer mastery, frontline gunner. And so for his reach weapon to be a pole hammer with additional damage ignores armor, sounds pretty sweet. I don't think we'll be able to comfortably afford it. We'll see. After selling our treasures here, where will that put us? $12,000. So we pay out $602 per day. Hey, Bijante. Good. We kind of just started. So I wouldn't really, I mean, recovery feels like too strong of a word. I mean, we definitely had to walk with our tail between our legs to hit up the temple to get rid of the temporary injuries. But I don't feel like the company is worse off, actually. Despite the 2 permanent injuries, the hammer is a nice bounty for that. Not too exciting. It's not a very exciting one. But I still feel like, you know, there's nothing to really recover from too much anyway. Mental recovery would have been a better wording. Yeah, that's fair. We're Mark your bingo cards. I'm a Dota player. You've got to be mentally strong. It's impossible to play that game without it. Accepting terrible circumstances is kind of the nature of the beast. Okay, so if I were to buy this, because, you know, we can compare it to a normal pole hammer here easily. Yeah, Dota. Fair. You know, we're looking at an additional 15% damage ignores armor, which is really good. So if we were to spend 10,000, we'd be at 2,282. So we're looking at basically like 3 days of wages that we can pay out. If I wanted to do that, I'd skip my plan of heading west here and looking for Goblin City, and instead I would raid the noble house here and then head down to sell stuff at like Sonstadt. Head through this like fogged area. Just something we can make sure we can complete in 3 days, which actually maybe is fine. Let's see, what's at the armorer? Wouldn't be a bad idea to purchase this leather neck guard either. But let's do it. Boom. Why not? Let's get the team some swanky gear. Akibio is like full swag now, other than the handgun. So that's pretty neat. Okay. So, we'll head down south through this little section of fog and maybe, hopefully, ideally, do a little fighting with this noble house. We would like that anyway. We'll see if it happens. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, well, then it doesn't. We'll take a peek on one of these little mountain cliffs. Nothing. Well, I guess let's head over yonder. Even if we did miss a day's wages, it would be fine. I just don't want that. You've lost 6 runs in a row. Oh no. Well, if losing 6 in a row, I think, is just early game greed. That's what it sounds like to me. Just gotta play it safe and careful. Crypt of the Hound. Start high funds. No shame in that, you know? Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, so these fallen heroes with the flails, those are potentially frightening. I suppose I should spear wall. Aha, exactly for that very reason, because of the necromancer possession. Yeah, possible all raider gear at day 6. Let's go type agreed. I think there's a tendency for Battle Brothers players to think of the best case as being the normal case. So in other words, you know, we think, I did it once, I should be able to recreate, you know, whatever, some certain circumstances. But it's kind of foolhardy a bit to think of it that way. Because, you know, not every run is going to start out with golden opportunities with brigand gear and, you know, the stars aligning for perfect fights exactly when your team is ready. Hey, Toxic Wild Hog. Thanks for the raid. Were you playing some Urtuk or something else this day? Defend the raid. Beat him back. No, we welcome the raiders. Ooh, woof. We missed our 1 in 20 and then immediately got stunned for it. Sir Humpert. He's the one with the He's the one with the weakened heart, so his hit points are a little bit lower than others. So that's actually a teeny tiny bit spooky, actually. So we will rally him, give him some more melee defense. And of course, that's the one that got possessed, huh? So hopefully Akibio can hit him with the hammer, which should lower his... Okay, good. So we staggered him, so that'll delay him in the turn order, which I would say in this particular circumstance is quite an important thing. Urtuk, you were on it for 5 hours straight, had to rest a few times early on, and then you got a good run going before your party got wiped about 5 hours later. Oh, dang. Sorry to hear it. All you can think about is what you'll do when you jump right back into it tomorrow? Hell yeah. That's the spirit. As the saying goes, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Hopefully Akibio can just take this fallen hero out. No, we hit him in the head, which we surprisingly don't want to do here. So, let's see if Blackfire can disarm him. Or should I just go for a regular attack? Let's go for the disarm. Yeah, that'll be the safest possible route. Well, we weren't able to take it out, but that's okay. It doesn't have a weapon equipped, so shouldn't be too damaging. Or damaging at all. Also, hello, Manifest Destiny's Child. Alright, let's take out this fallen hero now. Your current run has become oops all hats. As in, you're finding named items that are hats? Or what, does that mean something else? Bought 4 LAs and only fames are hats? Nice. I mean, good hats are important. The most important fashion bros, most important part of your equipment as far as fashion bros is concerned is definitely the hat. Alright, let's push forward with everyone. We gotta get on top of these geists. No, not nice. Wear armor. I mean... you do need both. It's true. But if you think about it, by collecting hats, you're like the anti-Briggy, you know? Nice. Knock that back in the initiative order. Ooh, so close to taking him out. Still could try. Got him. Alright, we're getting the geists now. We're on top of them and taking them out. Somewhat spooky fallen hero there. Let's take out... enemies that give him a surround bonus against Manifest Destiny's Child there. That seems like the play. Nice. Love it when they miss. That's what we want to see. I'm a little worried for Jaws the War Dog's future with this fallen hero right here. Okay. Shit, that was funny. Fucking necromancer. Delightful. This text right here. Fallen hero uses Thresh and hits necromancer. Hits him in the head. One-shots him. Wonderful. Yeah, he did the round swing and took out his necromancer. Wonderful. What a joyous thing. That's so funny. I'm very glad that happened. It did cross my mind, like in the back of my mind, like a kind of a what if, you know, potential thing existing. And then it happened. My dogs! Sad. Well, we'll definitely have to get some replacement hounds. That's kind of been on the docket anyway, where we're going to need to visit. Let's see, well, there was a kennel here and then over here. Yeah. So. But we need money. So let's see which northern soldiers these are. Ooh, a supply caravan. Kind of tempted to see what these northern soldiers are because they're kind of nestled in with this faction that we're fighting. So they might be nice to take out. Okay, so Nixlarf's got a veteran level. I think for Nixlarf's, we're just gonna go straight down the line. Primary stats, and probably just do that every time. Battle Brothers giveth, Battle Brothers taketh away. It's true. Manifest Destiny's Child. Ooh, another +3 in melee defense. Ben just crushing it. And so here, I could go with hit points, but I think I'd rather have a little resolve. We'll grab Fearsome as well. And we'll take out this supply caravan. We'll spear wall up on some high ground. Really? It won't let me shoot there? It might change its mind here in a moment. Caca! That bro is literally me. Disloyal and defensive. It's a good way to be. That's how I would be. If I were faced in a real combat situation. There's a lot of people in the world that imagine themselves to be, you know, super brave in the face of danger. I'm not so foolish to believe that would be me. I know it wouldn't. Got him. Okay. All right, this is a nice, nice clean fight. Just getting some little footmans, some little footies. So, nothing too exciting, but we got some quality wood, you know. We can make ourselves a nice cabinet, maybe a nightstand, you know. Jesus, does everyone have fearsome? Not everyone. Blackfire does not, and probably won't. We won't be able to fit that in. But otherwise, XGI 8 does not, and might not get it. Probably won't, actually. Adler, the banner, does not. And Eagledub doesn't yet, but certainly will. Next run, no Fearsome. Actually, I didn't have Fearsome on very many last run. There were only a few that had Fearsome. Very few in the Peasant Militia run. God, I'm really curious about these very big footsteps. I could just be wasting my time, but they look so fresh. Damn it. All right. We don't want to make an enemy out of that particular noble house. That was a weird run in so many different ways. Yeah. Yes, it was. You're too addicted to Fearsome, you're going to try a run without it? Yeah, I mean, Fearsome is an interesting one in that, like, in a sense, it does very little, but in another, it does so much. It's a very difficult perk to evaluate its effectiveness. Like, if you compare it to a perk like, you know, Berserk, you know exactly when it procs and what it does, and you can see those effects really clearly and cleanly. And so, you know, some people I think still misevaluate that perk in particular, but like you can clearly see its effects. But something like Fearsome, it's really hard to judge because of morale cascades and things like that. You've checked your last 5 Monolith fights, only 5 Zerk Frenzy bros. As in you had both Berserk and Frenzy, or... Because I've definitely had plenty of bros that are one or the other. I don't consider them a required package deal in the slightest. Even though, you know, I do often pair them together because, like, it's an offensive brother. So, like, you know, that would be common, but certainly not like a requirement. Ka-ka! But yeah, I definitely would have more than 5 Zerk Frenzy Bros over my last several Monolith runs. Even though I am a vocal... I won't call myself anti-Zerk Frenzy exactly, but it's overrated. Oops, I did not actually move him. Well, Final Overdrive gets to sit this one out. He's got a collapsed lung. He needs a little bit of a break. You usually take both. Killing Frenzy without Berserk is kind of inefficient. I mean, yes. I kind of agree with that. But I think even in this run series, I have taken Killing Frenzy as a final perk on like a fatigue neutral. And I think it's okay. There we go. Now we're taking them out. But yeah, I think if you've only taken, you know, 5 bros with both Berserk and Frenzy in your last 5 Monolith fights, I definitely take it more than that. But I've also demonstrated a lot of, like, I don't know, mostly just last run and this run, to be fair, but, you know, a lot of quirkier builds that wouldn't have room for that. And other than on throwers, you know, Zerg Frenzy is kind of not super great for Black Monolith specifically. All right, Friso, veteran level. God, Friso's good. Friso's good. You've been cooking too hard for Zerg Frenzy. Hard to make room for it, you know? The flavor profile, I don't want to throw it off. Ah, didn't count the hybrids, all right. Well, then, I mean, if Zerg Frenzy was a meal, which would it be? I don't know, just like a burger and fries, right? You don't have to think about it too much. Gets the job done. Not something you should be eating every meal. Sushi overrated? I don't know. Sushi is like pretty great. And a pretty rare, sushi's a pretty rare food. I feel like I like my burger and fries. Besides, sushi is, I don't know, fairly uncommonly available to me, but I am living in, you know, the Midwest United States. And so sushi is just not something we see too often, except for like, you know, sushi restaurants. Sushi is good geographically. I enjoyed the sushi when I was in Japan. I went there a few years ago. Though we mostly ate like a ton of ramen. Because we like ramen. And with the ramen we knew what we were doing. And I can't, neither me nor my wife can speak any Japanese. So... You don't eat sushi east of the 605? What's the 605? Is that in California? Baldur's Gate 3 is overrated, but get away from sushi. Now hold on! I really enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3. Though, it might be fair to call it overrated. Especially because Larian Studios has had lots of great games for a long time. So like, I don't know. See, I'm gonna bring Manifest Destiny's Child up to there, bring this guy there, so... Put Nixlarf's here. I know, there's some spicy takes going on here. Kinda love it. Kinda love it. I'll moderate with the milk toast. Lukewarm, you know, inoffensive ones as necessary. Oh man. I'd be curious, what are your favorite CRPGs then? Because I really quite enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3. But partially I enjoyed it because it was a very familiar type of game for me, again because of Divinity Original Sin and Divinity Original Sin 2, having played those games and really enjoyed them. But I think there's sort of quirks to the Larian style inventory management and things like that that I think could be frustrating if you weren't super familiar with them. Arcanum Magic Obscura. Isn't that the one by... Oh, what's that guy's name? There's a person I'm thinking of. He worked on the Fallout series. And I think he worked on Arcanum. Don't wait for a British guy here. Fish and chips is disgusting. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not start World War III, okay? This is getting out of control. Insulting fish and chips is dangerous. Yeah, these are strange food takes. I think what I'm learning is Bijante just doesn't like seafood. That's what I'm seeing. I mean, Turkey's a damn peninsula. There's fish everywhere. And maybe that's why. Britain invaded India to learn how to cook. I like it. That's a good take. That's funny to me. Indian food's pretty good. I like it. But to me, the best cuisine in the world is definitely Korean food. Korean barbecue specifically, and part of it is just like the way you eat that meal, like with friends and all the panchan, the like little side dishes. Oh, so good. So good. Larian, in your opinion, does not feel this genre never has its divide between like Warhammer, which offers epic adventure as well as grim atmosphere, and D&D, which is simply blandly epic, feeling no depth in modern D&D. BG3 is terribly exaggerated, the companions are terribly theatrical, the game is infantile for me. Oh my. It's a fair take. I mean, it's a fair opinion to have, but to each their own. I still liked it. And I actually kind of liked that, you know, maybe in a sense it's like an anti-cliche, which is almost a cliche in and of itself. But I liked that the warlock and the rogue and, you know, all the sort of companion characters were not exactly cliche caricatures of like the typical version of that D&D character. Fair take, but needs to be banned. Yeah, I do think the hype around Baldur's Gate 3 is excessive. I agree with that, even as a person that enjoyed the game. I enjoyed the game, but it's not like a game worth obsessing over, you know? I just thought it was good. XJI8 has leveled up. I guess let's get fatigue. We're gonna go Zerk Frenzy on XJI8. You think it gets so much hype to how shit modern gaming is? Yeah. Well, I think the thing is like there were so many very deep, you know, long, interesting RPGs that existed long ago in the olden, you know, maybe late 90s. There just aren't that many of them these days, so I think people got super excited about Baldur's Gate 3 because of that. You know, and I never played Disco Elysium. I have heard good things. I watched a little bit of Disco Elysium gameplay, just from watching other streamers. Or watching streamers. Other streamers. Boy, that feels weird. I guess I can say that. Anyway, from watching streamers, and it's got such a bizarre aesthetic. I didn't watch enough to even really grasp what I was watching fully, but yeah, it's got a weird aesthetic. I mean, I think that it is fair to have an opinion of disliking something for being theatrical. I don't think that Popsuda is debating whether something is or isn't theatrical or makes sense. It's more like whether that appeals to them. That's my interpretation. Tell me if that's inaccurate. But I think that's fair. If it's not your cup of tea, for something that's overly theatrical to be not to your tastes. I've actually kind of come around to liking things being really theatrical. There's a push towards kind of pseudo-realism in like all the types of media we consume. And I kind of like some of the old school ultra theatrical stuff, and maybe that's just because I haven't got to experience too much of it, because that's never been popular in the past, like, you know, 30 years practically. Oh no. We got a zombie that made it through. We got two zombies that made it through. Get out of here. Back, zombies. Back. Now they rise from the dead. We got some really brave takes between Bijante and Popsuda. We do! I'm enjoying it. Though I must admit, I simply cannot accept Bijante's food takes. Maybe that's only because I'm like a little bit hungry. so everything sounds kind of good. I shouldn't be hungry. I had a really good lunch. And a late lunch too. So there's no reason for me to be hungry. I just love food. Bijante is just trolling. He might be. Agenda is objectively wrong. I mean, fish and chips. I don't know, fish plus fried potato. Seems pretty good to me. But if you don't like fish, then like, obviously, that's not gonna be the food for you. We have the most controversial audience on the least controversial Battle Brothers streamer. True. I keep my takes very vanilla. Safer. You don't offend people. Let's not make waves here, you know? Ooh, let's hear. Oh man, I'm reading it. Hell yeah. The Baldur's Gate 3 problem is more complex, but your English is not good enough to break it down into its constituent parts. In your opinion, fantasy, as well as RPG, is about role-playing. A good fantasy RPG should give you the opportunity to play the character the way you like. You're not talking about ARPGs here, but typical CRPGs. In your opinion, such Baldur's Gate 2 wasn't the best story-wise, but one thing it did best in the history of CRPGs was allow you to enter the game with any motivation, and that motivation was complemented by the full spectrum of characters available to the companions in the game. On top of that, itemization, such as the morally dirty items like human skin armor, added depth to your motivation in your character's character. I do feel like, though, so not playing devil's advocate just to be a jerk, but I do feel like Baldur's Gate 3, at least, maybe not character-wise, but gameplay decision-wise, actually offers a really wide range of ways the game can proceed. Far more than like any RPG like ever. Yeah, my English is not so good, he says before he writes a novel. Yeah, that's totally comprehensible. I think your English is just fine. But maybe, you know, other than character perspective, which I totally get and agree with you, I do appreciate that it lets you be kind of evil and kind of good, or, you know, some mix of the two in ways that sort of make sense for whatever character and character decision you're playing through, which I actually really liked. Contrasting that with a game I have complained about before, and so I'll do so again, in the game Triangle Strategy, and yes, I'm bringing that up again because I'm that salty, there is a part of the game where you are told you could unleash the secret weapon to save your town. Nobody that you talk to will tell you what the secret weapon is. They just simply don't describe it. You get no information. And this is a game that supposedly is very deep in its balance between three elements, I'll call them, three different aspects of character. The triangle, if you will. No one tells you what the fucking secret weapon is. The secret weapon is just to fucking napalm your own town in front of your castle. But you don't know that ahead of time. So I was trying to play the game somewhat like an RPG, where I was like, you know, obviously it's like a game a little bit like this, like grid-based, whatever. So I was playing it like a strategy game, but also wanted to get into the story, like Final Fantasy Tactics. Anyway, so I chose the option where I'm gonna use the secret weapon to save my town, because I'm like, well, this is how I save my people. And then the game treats you like you're some sort of like ends justify the means villainous person in all of the dialogue from that point on, because you used the secret weapon and you knew its consequences. And that was so off-putting to me. What a bad game, and I hated it. But if you like it, that's fine. But I hated it, and I'm still mad that I played it. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Stupid secret weapon arc. The problem with playing evil is that most games try not to make being evil too cool, because it's a very risky thing to do and give people the very wrong idea of the game. I think it's fair. Oh yeah, I hate triangle strategy. Very angry at that game. Still mad. Can't accept it. I'm still mad at that game. Don't play it. If you haven't played it, don't play it. But if you have played it and you like it, that's okay. Just know that you're wrong. In modern D&D, difficult themes like racism and prejudice are cut out. Well, yeah, I mean, So RPGs can be either an escape from the real world or a distillation and, disaster. You can either, or a distillation or a sort of framework for you to deal with themes that perhaps are uncomfortable to deal with in the real world. So you can have characters in an RPG deal with themes of racism or sexism or other forms of prejudice in ways that are distinctly unique to that game, but are maybe obviously representative of things that exist in our real world. And I think that can be a powerful tool for mentally processing and sort of exploring those themes that do affect real people in our world. Maybe it's not effective, but I kind of tend to believe that it can be. So I don't think RPGs necessarily should be viewed as an escape. I think tackling real problems is actually a pretty powerful possibility for the genre, for those games. Certainly in D&D games that I play, like tabletop, which mostly I don't do tabletop, we do over Discord, but like in my D&D group, we definitely confront those themes. But hey, the Chaucer, it goes well-ish. It goes pretty well. The company's in good shape, question mark. Bro, scroll through chat. Yeah, we've had some spicy takes. It's been good. It's been very good. It all started with sushi. What's the Cliff's Notes versions? I don't know, Bijante doesn't like fish and chips. I think that's my takeaway. All right, let's keep another one of these flat tops with mail as a backup armor, I guess. Sushi, and also fish and chips, and sushi, yeah. We got some spicy takes going on, and I'm for it. Yeah, we also had some CRPG. CRPG should not even try to translate one-to-one mechanics to tabletop games. Oh, I agree with that. I do think that the one-to-one translation between Dungeons and Dragons mechanics and like a computer role-playing game does feel a little stilted and awkward and doesn't quite work. I absolutely agree with that. I think Baldur's Gate was more limited by using the D&D framework than it was set free by it, which again is why I actually really like Larian Studios' older RPG games. In particular, Divinity Original Sin 1. I thought was an excellent game. It has some things that it doesn't do quite perfectly, but I still really liked it overall. We'll take a look at a super cheap Gravedigger. These are sometimes worth checking out. Not that one though. But yeah, I think that the variety, the vast variety of people existing within the city of Baldur's Gate itself actually, I think is cool. Because again, yeah, it's like being in New York City. Or most major metropolitan cities. Ooh, hunt down lindworms. Yeah, I say the Chaucer, you got any spicy takes that can spur some arguments? Hunt down lindworms. 3 skull hunt down lindworms quest. We're pretty good against lindworms with all of the handguns. We need a few more bill hooks. Tempted. Liking pineapple. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh no. What if you just think it's okay? What if you think liking pineapple on pizza is like fine? Like it's not your go-to, but you'll eat it if it's available. Destroy Stabber's Den south of Grunberg. Here's Grunberg. Stabber's Den can't be far from this city. Sure. Well, there's Stabber's Den. We'll do that. Any kind of meat on pizza is blasphemy. Oh no. I like the meat lover's pizza. You're afraid that Baldur's Gate 3 by its popularity may badly affect your beloved genre? Yeah, that's a reasonable concern. It can be tough to see things that you enjoy hit a state of popularity and do so in a way that it can diminish what you like about it. I think that's a very understandable concern. Ka! Actually kind of enjoying having this this burb. I am inclined to agree with the Chaucer regarding the effect of Critical Role on D&D relative to, though I think his concern is probably more about CRPGs specifically than the effect on D&D, based on previous parts of the discussion. That could be wrong, but that's my interpretation. And I will say though, even as someone who doesn't watch Critical Role much, I do love Matt Mercer's voice work generally. It's kind of incredible. And I like hearing his voice and things. He does a good job. You watched season 1 of Critical Role. Oh my. It's a long time ago. You teach and your icebreaker this year was what's your most controversial pizza topping? I like that. That's a good one. Actually, my most controversial pizza topping, which I don't think I've even said, is I like anchovies on pizza. I thought that I didn't because the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles didn't when I was a child. But it turns out that those salty little fishes are wonderful on pizza. They're just tasty little salt bombs. That's all they are. There's no hope for you. Oh no, see, I can't stand corn on pizza. They do that all the time in Korea. And I love Korean food. I don't love Korean pizza. You should see Japanese pizza. What is Japanese pizza even like? I wonder how future viewers in this episode will feel. They'll be like, all right, this guy and his chatter, they're out of control. They're weird. I'll watch the viewership just totally dip. That'd be fine if it did, I don't care. Sometimes I'll watch videos of Day 9. I really like Day 9. He's a cool dude. Nice guy. And he'll go on some utterly bizarre rants. And for some reason, those are the things that I like watching most. Even if I don't agree with what he's saying, which is often true. Not always. He's got some level-headed takes, even if I think sometimes they're just wrong. I don't know that it's quite accurate to call RPGs niche, though. At least not in a general sense. I think humans have been playing forms of role-playing games for like... I don't know. I would guess most of human history, actually. Day 9 is a great streamer. He just doesn't stream consistently enough. If he did, I feel like he'd have Asmongold level of viewers. I've never even seen Asmongold. Like, I literally, like, I know who he is. I've never watched him even once. I don't know what he plays. Maybe it's just not games I'm interested in. If it's shooters, I just don't care. I just never watch those because I don't play those games. I don't enjoy those games. I'm never going to play them, so I'm not going to watch them. Maybe that's not what he plays. But yeah, I know Day 9 just because from StarCraft, just because I'm an old Brood War, you know, whatever. Old Brood War dude. He's a variety streamer. Oh, okay. Core Keeper. Oh, interesting. Because I'm playing Core Keeper with a bunch of buddies. I won't, not right now, but you know, we've got a server, and we're having fun. You've dropped 180 hours in a Core Keeper since launch. Love that game. Nice. Yeah, how much do I have? I have 40 hours total, which is not that much, though some of that is pre 1.0. I'm not sure what proportion. There wasn't that much in pre 1.0, so it might only be like somewhere between 10 and 20, whereas now I've played between 20 and 30. Probably. We're mining solarite. That's kind of where we're at in the game, progression-wise. Fighting Titans, mining solarite. Taking a break from it right now to play StarCom. I'm not familiar with StarCom. There's a cute little indie space-related game that I am super excited to get back into, and that's Star Valor. That's gonna have more DLC added soon with base building that I'm really excited about. Have you ever played Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead? I have not. Not familiar with that title either. Popsuda, you are welcome to share your edgy opinions whenever you please. Take care. I disagree with all of them beforehand. Man. Nice, I'll have to take a look at StarCom. Oh, StarCom. It's a marketing company. But it's also Space Training and Readiness Command. StarCom, Unknown Space. Okay, I found it. Okay, that looks super similar to Star Valor, actually. Which I really enjoyed, so yeah. I might have to check it out. Napalm the chat. I think that is an accurate description of what happened. Wonderful. I should have attacked that one to begin with. Yeah, that was something. I enjoyed that, personally. I like it, I don't know. When people have opinions on things, you know? When they got something they believe. Rightly or wrongly. Yeah, I agree. Good work, chat. Everyone was civil, even if you disagreed. Which is good. In truth, you know, my nature is fairly non-controversial. Like, I don't like conflict, just generally. I'm conflict averse. I think that's fair to say. So, I wouldn't really enjoy seeing genuine conflict in this chat. So let's avoid that. I wouldn't enjoy that. I just wouldn't. Yeah, no one's mom was called a whore. Yeah, no one got personal or insulted anyone, which is good. No one was threatened. Yeah. Conflict averse, but yet plays Battle Brothers. The real one that I think is surprising is conflict averse, but plays Dota. That game is genuine interpersonal conflict so very often. Mark it on your bingo cards. Reference Dota. Good night, but if you don't agree that Battle Brothers is the game of the decade, then I hate you. Well, then you can feel free to not hate me, because I agree. You will find very few Battle Brothers lovers and enjoyers and advocates than me. I think this is a great game, and game of the decade I think is reasonable. Hope your pillow is warm tonight on both sides. You auto-mute in Dota? No, I don't even auto-mute. I let people express themselves, and I listen to them. And it is painful. Let's see. I might use some of these. I'll put some attachments on these armors, even though I'll probably just replace them soon. Dota chat kind of feels like watching people in Walmart. You almost, yeah. Well, and the problem with it is that there is sometimes often, genuine attempts at coordination and communication. And you do need to be on the same page of like, hey, let's go fight Roshan, let's, fight for objectives. Okay, everyone get back, take their T3 tower, but if they buy back, we immediately, retreat or, whatever. And you do need to be on the same page on those decisions. So communication is important, but everyone has their own opinion on how to play the game, which makes it difficult. What you enjoy most about Battle Bros is that they didn't voice any of the lines or add chatter. That in itself makes it a great game to me. I agree. I actually, one of the things I kind of don't like about Baldur's Gate 3, to an extent, is the voice acting. I just want to read stuff. I can read faster. I can read, the information I want and skim it. It's not that I'm illiterate. I just don't like reading. A Russian player communicated with a team using a harmonica? Excuse me? What does that even mean? Kennel is light on dogs. A shame. Yeah, combat dialogue. Driving you insane? That's fair. All right, so the team, we managed to get a ton of money again. I've mentioned wanting to find Goblin City, and I do, and I think this is a likely place for it. I could even be up here. I don't know why well, I know it'll be in the south generally, so there were still orcs up until like sort of midway point to the map here. In Goblin City is always in mountainous areas, and it's far from civilization. I think this stuff's too close. I think this stuff is too close. These are the only mountains that I can see, so I suspect strongly that Goblin City is in here, and I want to find that so I can start busting goblin camps and then, get a fancy hat. Bro, you've not been paying attention to the gameplay at all? That's fair. I've been playing in the background. And we do get another retinue spot. Now we could do something smart, like hire the surgeon, or we can get more shinies. So with the bounty hunter, we'll get more champions. I think it's an additional 3 percentage points of champion chance for any of the enemies that can spawn as champions. And what that means in practice is that goblins, since both ambushers and skirmishers can spawn as champions, you get a lot more goblin champions. We like that because goblin champions can drop one-handed swords and one-handed spears that can be good. Yeah, max greed, Slurgy hype. And we want those really good one-handed weapons. And so we actually have good opportunities for company strength to grow by fighting goblin champions, but just champions generally. We can get champion orcs to maybe get orc cleavers, which, at one point was something I was excited to maybe give Final Overdrive. Now that he's got a collapsed lung, maybe less so. Maybe we're happy with the military cleaver. But, yeah, I don't know. Goblin weapons are good. Barbarian weapons are good. Orc weapons are good. Ancient Honor Guard weapons are good. So we'll make a trip out to the wilds. And we'll see if we can find Goblin City / champion goblins to fight here in this southern area. So I'll probably peek on some mountains here and here, and then make my way over here, and then we'll then hopefully find Goblin City, and then look for goblin fights to take. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And then when we're concluding that, we'll probably head down to the southern cities and look to purchase a gun or two and stock up on more consumables so that we can maybe do the library and Goblin City relatively soon, question mark? Probably? He said confidently? Oh my goodness. All right, we got some undead here. Ooh, this might be a nice little fight to take. Yeah, that looks like a good one. A few ancient auxiliary, lots of, yeah, let's do that. We'll do that and then we'll go where I was looking earlier. And do I even want to bother waiting for daytime? It's so close, but I also so don't have a concern. a few, yeah, whatever. We'll just fight this at night. Should be a pretty easy fight. Easy peasy. You think the balance in Battle Brothers and AI opponents is something really special in modern games? For example, the fact that stupid hyenas play completely different from spiders. Do you love its details? I agree. I also really appreciate that. I appreciate the mindless trudge forward of the ancient dead and the zombie, you know, all undead, you know. Contrasting that with, you know, like nomads or human enemies that fight in formations or, you know, things like that. It's just really, it's really cool, the different AIs and how they behave. And I also love the sort of depth that comes from really simple mechanics and the balance of weapons that comes from only a few different things. In a sense, it reminds me of like this. I don't know if this analogy even really makes sense, but it reminds me of Dominion. I had to look back to remind myself. I've got a bunch of board games on the wall. But Dominion with like really small integers has like a really great game system. We have not killed that many ancient dead. Did you get up there and shield wall? Get him. See, and it's not even day 100. Yeah, so that guy there who moved 2 hexes does not yet have polearm mastery. Couldn't attack. Everyone been going to refill your hatred battery. Good night. I hope you are able to find an opportunity to fill it right back up. Okay. Took a little bit of damage in this fight. Maybe slightly more than I would have expected. Not too much, but, you know, I sort of expected almost 0. But we took some. No fancy, shiny items, which is too bad, but okay. Mordheim, City of the Damned, I am not familiar. Published in 2015. based on a 1999 tabletop game. Interesting. I have not heard of it. Thank you for the recommendation. I'll have to take a look. Let's see, we can maybe check out this goblin camp on our way up. That's what I'm talking about. See, all of these champions. We got Snarf the Backstabber and Drutnog the Knife Juggler. Not too scary of a camp, at least enemy-wise, even though it's on a hill and it has fortifications. Both of which we're not huge fans of, but not too big a deal. We'll do just a little bit of armor swapping. Boy, I need to have more... Why do I have all these backup forge armors? That's not what I need. I need backup nimble armors. This is stupid. What am I doing? Well. Streamer doesn't know what he's doing. But that's okay. Now that we're in Goblin Land, I'm actually going to go ahead and just do a... Well, yeah. We'll do a shield swapsies. And we'll go with kite shields for our fatigue neutrals here. Goblins in camps are the most difficult opponent in your opinion in Battle Brothers? You just hate them? Nah. I think once, I mean, I don't know. I was gonna say, only if the terrain is really bad. Look at this garbage. 90% of your solo character runs. See, I don't really, to me, I just don't find that fun anyway. Like, to me, the fun in Battle Brothers is the big squad of bros. I've never personally understood playing lone wolf, like, quite literally as a lone wolf. Yeah, let's get Nick's Larfs up there. He'll be the most important to... He has the highest initiative on the whole team. You like to play solo or peasant militia? Those are two, like, polar opposites. But, I mean, point taken. Okay. Let's move Nook's Larfs there, and I'm gonna go ahead and put him here on the assumption that we'll be able to take out this skirmisher. Oh, or that he'll just move. That works too. Alright. XJI 8 is gonna need to back up, which is fine. So we'll just have him run straight away. Though, we do need to, after this fight, put everyone's gear back on regular stuff, not our anti-ancient dead equipment. The classic Goblin Hill battle. I know, we've got like a tiny little entrance. And then one bro just gets completely blasted by ranged fire and has to retreat. Another classic. Now the Menace is coming out, what would you like to see as a possible future Battle Brothers content update? So they are, I don't think it's officially announced, but I happen to know that one of the sort of contract developers chats a bit in the Battle Brothers Discord, and they are working on a content update. I don't think it'll be necessarily super substantial, but there will be new Battle Brothers content. And there's Reforged, a fan enhancement mod, I guess, that I do intend to check out. I know I keep saying that, but I know any content. You can also, if you follow or look on the Steam forums, Raps, the code jockey, I suppose, has been, you know, any of the bug reports, he's gotten on there and been like, oh, thanks for submitting this. Fixed, thanks for submitting this. Fixed, thank you for submitting this. And so he's fixing stuff. Some of the long-standing bugs that have existed in the game, of which there are certainly a few. Your dream is Battle Brothers with a bigger world where a few players have their own mercenary teams and you have PvP among themselves. Yeah, I agree. I think that would be really cool. It'd be very, very cool, in fact. I plan on, I think I found a framework to work off of to make this exist. But I have plans at the end of this whole challenge series to have what, I don't even know what I want to call it, a face-off, a duel, a battle between all my mercenary companies with like a whole tournament bracket system. Ooh, nice job, X-Labs. And see who wins. I just feel like that would be a fun capstone when I'm all done. So I might need to program the mod myself, but if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes, and I'll do it. I've made some little mods, just proof of concept. Okay, so we found a Goblin Pike, which has additional chance to hit head and weapon skills build up -3 less fatigue. Not very exciting. Though, weapon skills build up -3 less fatigue now goes from 12 to 9, which is comically low. So, that's kind of nice in a way. And this bow rolled damage and weapon skills build up less fatigue. Not terrible, honestly, for a bow. You know, comparing it to the regular reinforced boondock bow. It's not bad. How does it even compare to a warbow? I mean, I'm not going to use it, so none of this really matters. But yeah, so a regular warbow can be 50 to 70 damage at 35% armor pen. So this is actually fairly close to that. And compared to a regular boondock bow, this is a really good damage roll. In fact, almost max. Head-to-head mod would be interesting. I agree. Yeah, I mean, there's people who have added mods that are built for streams as like ways of injecting interactions into it, which I'm not interested in. I don't think they're super well developed, but I am interested in other potential types of chat integration as like conceptually cool ideas. Hey, Wolf of Shulva, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. How goes, were you playing Battle Brothers? And if so, how goes the run? So yeah, I don't know if I'll have a place for either of these weapons. Could almost make a case for Nixlarf's being given this instead of the Javs, considering he doesn't have throwing mastery. Certainly can give Deep Space Cowboy an upgrade to his regular old jagged pike that he had previously. Oh, and you lost it trying the Manhunter start, and honestly, it feels a little weird. Yeah, Manhunters is weird. I think the key to Manhunters is just try to play around fighting humans as much as possible, just because you get so many free indebted from those fights. So you have to fight humans more than normal, even. I didn't mind it. I've only done one Manhunter's run, but despite the core mechanic and idea of it being like a little bit gross, actually thought the gameplay was kind of cool. I kind of don't hate this bow. I hate saying that out loud. But like, I don't hate this bow. Like, I don't think this bow is the worst thing in the world. I said it out loud. But it's like, it's almost max damage roll for a goblin boondock bow or whatever. So 38 to 64. It's definitely less damage than a throwing weapon once you account for its mastery, and certainly substantially less penetrating damage once you've got duelist. But for things that are further away, it's pretty decent. And if I were to get mastery, it'd be pretty cheap to shoot too. How's my run going? You know, pretty good. Pretty good. The squad is, you know, progressing nicely. We've cooked up weird builds and we're doing stuff with them. But yeah, if XJ8's last two perks were Killing Frenzy and Bow Mastery, then I'd have a really bad but weird build. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. A bow can be nice on a thrower just for target selection purposes anyway. So probably realistically what I'll do is Killing Frenzy and Bags and Belts, but yesterday, RNG gave you a 175 defensive helmet, -4 fatigue. Ooh! Hell yeah. Though, you know, yeah, I don't know. That's really good. RNG giveth and RNG taketh away. Oh, and let's pull out the spears too. we're happy to use spears against goblins. Okay, yeah, so on Eagledub, right. Frontline gunner. We'll go ahead and give him some more hit points and take Colossus. Keep him safe. Hey! Thanks to the Chaucer for hanging out. Thank you, thanks for the good luck. Have a good one. I might make this a longer-ish stream. TBD. So anyway, as previously mentioned... Dang. Not Goblin City. I really thought, I was really I'd convinced myself the Goblin City would be here. Based on the spawning rules of it needing to be far from civilization and spawning in the mountains and spawning near the other goblins. I guess it could be like up here, or maybe even nestled, maybe in like these mountains here, barely? Or like this tiny unexplored spot? I think that's too close to this. Well. Maybe there could be tiny little mountains in here? I don't think so, though. Well, let's explore these little areas, and we'll see what we see. We'll take a peek on this little section of mountain, and I don't know. Who knows? Nothing. Okay, well, let's carve through here, and then if Goblin City isn't in here, I guess it could be over here too. So, I don't know. We'll see. Oh. Vulture's Feast. Many ancient honor guards. This could be a nice fight. We'll wait until daytime. May as well, anyway. Nope. Don't fight me, goblins. We're fighting dead now. We're fighting dead things now. But I just swapped my weapons. Don't make me do this again. Alright, fine. We'll fight these goblins. Then we'll fight the ancient dead. Oh. Murky water. Gross. No. This terrain sucks. Oh, I hate this. Final Overdrive hates this too. Lego staircase fight. Yeah, exactly. Ugh. Alright, Deep Space Cowboy. That's so funny, it won't let me target this hex. Well, I'll be able to in a second. That's right. Blast him, Akibio. Blast him. Get him. There we go. Get him, Nyx Larfs. Let's take him out as quick as we can. Alright, we'll put Final Overdrive in a... Oh, I guess that works too. Am I going to use this bow? I think so. That was... fine. Should put that on the bingo card. Yup. It's a Battle Brothers classic. A fight that makes you want to gouge your eyes out. We're definitely gonna have some hurt or damaged nimble armors for going into this fight against the ancient honor guards. And I don't love that. Don't love that at all. We'll be able to make it work, but you love dagger build duelist in this game? Oh, like Catal? Like this guy? He's absolutely not a dagger duelist. He is a overwhelmed gunner who just has dagger mastery as a sort of sub specialization. Not a duelist though. He's not, he's gonna be better at fighting the unarmored or low armored enemies due to the lack of AP on him. It's a cool hybrid build. Thank you. Yeah, it's actually worked out pretty well. I was slightly skeptical when I was allocating the perk points, but it actually is in practice worked out surprisingly well. Whoa, that build is so. My critique with a build like that is that requires an almost unrealistically good brother, where almost any build would work. Not that that one isn't, of course, a good way of using them. But the amount of secondary stats and primary stats that that requires is quite a lot. Slurgy's been in the lab this run? Yes. But you love min-max? I do too, I just love min-maxing around, maxing around the min, maybe is a better way of putting it. In XGI 7, the run's going good. Yeah, a few bros did get injured. We had some, we had a rough fight, but we're still in good shape. But yeah, Battleforge plus Berserk plus Killing Frenzy plus a attack where at its best you're pairing it with someone else, another bro, that is allowing you to use Death Blow, which then is going to cost, you know, 24 fatigue, even without the extra AP from Berserk, is, you know, I don't know. That's a lot on one bro. It's not something I would endorse personally. But still, I do think Catal builds are really fun. We planning to find water? I mean, as much as we can plan to find water skin, yes. I mean, We haven't found it yet. I don't know. There's still lots of map to uncover. Well, not that much. But we haven't found it yet. The tricky thing about water skin is that water skin spawns in like forest. So like it could even be somewhere we've already explored, and like, you know, it has a lower discovery radius because of it being in the forest. So we could have gone here, for example, and it could be in here and we just never would have found it. We hope we find it, and we might, you know, it's certainly possible, but unfortunately we also might not. But yeah, no, it's good to be hopeful. We like being hopeful. We like being optimistic. We like dreaming big, thinking of the good things that can happen. The ideas are planning to train. No, I don't think so. So the two permanent injuries that we got were partially collapsed lung on final overdrive, which is bad, but fine. It does mean that he will be unable to hold his ground in the longer fights, like against orcs. The other injury then was Sir Humpert, who got the weakened heart, which is also fine. We'll just need to acknowledge it and be careful with him. Not ideal, but we can work with it. All right, we're gonna do the old classic back up 2 and let them come to me. Yeah, since they only affect secondaries, it's okay-ish. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It's okay-ish. If they had, what is it, broken knee, I think is the injury that I'm thinking of. Broken knee would have been really bad. Broken elbow? There's one that affects like everything, and that would be really bad. In this case, what we have is only kind of bad. Caca! Broken elbow. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Thank you, Grib. Where it just like hurts all of their stats a little bit. That one's pretty, getting that one is a bit grim. Undesirable. Let's try to disarm one. That one. Okay, it didn't work. So close. Yeah, broken elbow hurts both attack and defense, so it means the bro's useless. Yeah. Use impaired, you know? There we go. Let's not put final overdrive on that hex. That seems like something we don't quite want to do. But yeah, in this case, the injuries, despite being bad, are totally acceptable. Oh man. Dang. That could have been exciting. Could have got the famed, you know, big multi-swing, but missed most of the attacks. Alright. Took on some Ancient Honor Guard. Cool. And now we get to play the inventory game. We'll probably end up replacing some of those things anyway. When you get those multi-swings, you feel like Guts from Berserk. Is that an anime? I'm not familiar. Manga and anime. Okay. It sounded like, just based on the name, felt like it would have been. Slurgy isn't a weeb. He's not. I am not. Yeah. Oh my god. No, Artosis chat, get out. No. So the injuries kind of just turn them into daytellers. I mean, daytellers with like exceptionally good primaries. Actually, these backgrounds of the bros that got injuries, the rat catcher and the adventurous noble, in the case of the rat catcher, he actually has, by default, worse secondaries than a dayteller. But okay, so we're gonna go to this little area of fog. And we are hoping that the Goblin City is here. It's looking like that's not the case. But you can't argue with the net, exactly. Oh, cute little orc camp. We can do that. But first, I am gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. Yeah, let's do this little orc camp. I'm still perplexed as to where Goblin City is. I'm wondering if it's in here, or well, I mean here specifically, but I don't know, maybe it could spawn in here? Anyway, let's take out some orc young. Swap back to the spears. We definitely want to avoid taking much chip damage on the armor, because our armors are looking hurt. I really should have more backup nimble armors than I do. It's kind of a problem. These backup forge armors are kind of pointless, because the forge armors just get hit so... I don't know. It takes a lot, I guess. You watched the new Penguin show on HBO, would recommend. Is it like based on the Batman Penguin? I'm not familiar. This looks like a great place for some handgun shots, if I've ever seen it. We can get one gunner here. Seems good. Could put one here and practically cover him with Sir Humbert. Pretty close. Just back him right there. Caca! So we get Nixlarfs up. Doing elite Nixlarfs level blasting. Speaking of caca, Slay the Spire stream win. I mean, I could. That one I might. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. I'm open to the idea. I've previously mentioned that some of my favorite streams to watch are actually Slay the Spire. Jorbs, Baylor Lord. And I do enjoy their Slay the Spire content quite a lot. Baylor Lord in particular, I think, is like... he's just a really good streamer. Like, he's very good at articulating himself, and he's very good at describing what and why he's doing it in a way that is accessible to everyone who's at any experience level in the game. If it sounds like I'm gushing, it's because I am. He's great. But I'm nowhere near as good at Slay the Spire as they are. Baylor Lord's like 20 win streak or whatever is insane. You watched Grubby and Wagamama play it sometimes? Yeah, Grubby got into it recently, that's right. I didn't realize Waga played it at all. Alright, and Sir Humbert, I mean, he's got 9 lives. But I'm gonna back him up anyway. I'll sometimes watch Waga when he plays like They Are Billions or some of those other games. I think his It doesn't make sense, maybe, but his Dota content is less interesting to me, even though I watch a decent amount of Dota and, you know, play a decent amount of Dota now, I guess. Do I like They Are Billions? You always get goosebumps. GG! GG! He does have a certain cadence. But yeah, They Are Billions is really fun. I've played it. I enjoyed it. It's good. It's a good game. There's a new game that Swijack linked in the Discord you're playing now. What is it called? What is this game? This new game. New games? What? Why would I play new games when I have Battle Brothers? From Glory to Goo? It's a fun name. Speaking of things that are fun and named, the Unshakable Rampart. That's fun, and it has a name. It's really good. It's like They Are Billions with so much more stuff. It's really good. Nice. Is that the one? There's like a, I don't know if I want to call it like a tower defense game, but there's I don't think it's called From Glory to Goo. Evening All, I think there was only maybe one other streamer that played both Slay the Spire and Battle Brothers. I don't know who that would be. I feel like there's probably a significant amount of overlap though. It would make sense to me that there could be, anyway. Instead of steampunk humans versus zombies, it's space marine colonists versus goo eyes. Cool. Sounds very cool, actually. The Unyielding Barricade and the Unshakable Rampart. Similar names, remarkably similar items. Well, more named shields for the collection. We don't hate having named shields, but we're not very excited about them at this point. We've got what we need as far as shields are concerned. Yeah, I know, famed shields, it's a classic. Deep Space Cowboy here has got his final level up, and so his melee skill is a little bit low. That makes me somewhat inclined to just go ahead and take the very maligned Sword Mastery and just use a Greatsword. Is a Greatsword as good, damage-wise, as a Heavy Rusty Axe or a two-handed flanged mace? No, it's not. But is it like way worse? Also no. It's got a little bit of additional chance to hit. I'm trying to decide if 77 melee skill is low enough where that's what I'd want to do. He also could use a flail. I could get flail mastery. Then he can overcome shields a bit better. That would be a decent option. It also looks pretty cool. Yeah, the Greatsword does look cool. So I'm sort of inclined to maybe do either Flail Mastery or Sword Mastery. I don't have to decide right now. I could slightly put off this decision. Igladub may end up in a similar situation. It's true. Cool factor does matter. We're gonna delay the decision somewhat. The reason I'm delaying the decision is I'm kind of leaning towards Flail Mastery, because I think his melee skill's good enough for that. And then in that case, if I went with Flail Mastery, then I would want to at least have a flail to give him before I allocated the perk point, basically. So we're gonna wait just a little bit, but as soon as we get like a Zerk chain, we'll see if we can find a, let's see, what's my lightest forge armor? I guess he's already got it on. He might not have enough fatigue for a Zerk, to use a Zerk chain to even have it on. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, would it be an orc flail or too heavy? Yeah, that's what I'm debating. It might end up being too heavy for him. That might be something that we would give to EELI because he's got more fatigue. He rolled a decent amount of base fatigue, whereas Deep Space Cowboy doesn't have too much. So maybe Deep Space Cowboy could go sword, and EELI ends up going for mace, or for flail. We might end up doing that. And Akivio here, of course, is hammer. We'll see. Okay, so where to now? I want to find this damn Goblin City. So there's definitely no mountains here. There could be mountains in here. So I guess we could head in there. Just get a famed flail to make the decision easier, manifest it. I shall manifest it into reality. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I suppose, could Goblin City still be here at the edge? Well, maybe, but it's not. Let's check out this area and then we can sell stuff here. Unless it's like down here, or... Unless this mountain range keeps going, this might be far enough from civilization too. It could be there. Let's loop through here first. And then, yeah, I guess that might be far enough away. Yeah, it could be in there too. I think that is possible. So let's head over to this area of the map first though. Aha, we've got good food variety. We're a little bit low on food, actually. So that's something to keep in mind. I may need to check this stuff out and then head back over to our friendly neighborhood town to not only sell stuff, but, you know, stock up on food. See if we can fight this particular goblin camp while it's still night. No champions here, but still a decent fight for us to take. Looks like the armors are mostly fixed up. A couple notable exceptions. Sir Humpert in particular. He's on the edge of the formation though, so his -10 range defense, you know. We probably just won't be able to push him forward much. That should be fine. We'll go ahead and take this fight. Goblins just can't help themselves, but attack into packs, hoping for that scatter. So we're gonna wait on everyone and then push forward the bros with the kite shields. And let them attack there. EELI has Impatient. But we'll have him take cover behind that bush. That goblin just shot his ally. You love to see it. You just do. And we'll get Nixlarfs right behind him. Okay, I think if Sir Humpert is in an unattackable square, that should work, right? I think so. Yeah, we'll take that attack. Nyx larves? I'm not allowed to miss. What's that? Don't do that. That's against the rules. Well, I suppose I should push forward. Not much of a vinesing. Vinesing? Doesn't seem like a word. Actually, we would rather break free our ally there anyway. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable moving Sir Humpert out of here too much unless he's in a really safe spot. Weinzig sounds German. Wiederganger. Wiederganger. Wiederganger? 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 Never gonna be able to say that word. You just Googled it, it's actually a surname? Huh! That's kind of cool. Weinzig. And that does sound cool. And it does sound a bit like a surname. Mr. Weinzig. Cool. Oh no, don't do that to Sir Humpert. That's rude. Okay. Back to your hidey hole. Nice. Alright. Fearsome taking its toll on their poor minds. They are mostly all running. Delightful. An insect, a bug just landed on my forehead. That was annoying. Well, what? I didn't like that. Jesus, finds water into wine. Oh man. Yeah! That was satisfying. I mean, they were already running, but still, that was satisfying. We take those moments. You gotta enjoy them when they're here, you know? Well, this fight went pretty well, actually. Run him down. Cool. No named items. And we'll have to figure out what we want to loot and what we want to not bother looting. This game again. Let's see, what items here do we have that are cheap? The tree limb, the hatchets, the broken pike, the very low durability, I guess the shields. Honestly, a lot of the stuff we have is reasonably priced. Have you checked the Reforged mod? I've not yet checked it out. Everybody mark your bingo cards. I was asked about the Reforged mod. But yeah, I do plan on checking it out. Yeah, but I have not yet. All right, that's probably good enough. Almost got a bingo. Oh man. Oh man. Blackfire's claiming a bingo. If you're actually playing, I'm horrified and impressed. I kind of love it. All right, let's head up to Ooh. Interesting. War is upon us. The Empire rises. So, you put your head down for a nap. The Empire rises. I don't think in this run series we have yet seen the undead crisis. In fact, I think it's been Noble War, like, it feels like almost every time. Maybe we had undead crisis, I can't remember. But, you know, basically, there will be random undead. This one is kind of annoying and can be a real tricky one when fighting human enemies, because they'll randomly rise as zombies on occasion, and it can really throw off your battlefield situation. So I do ideally want that particular crisis to end, you know, sooner rather than later. What's your opinion of Reddit? Reddit has bad opinions. Oh, Ancient Temple. For some reason in my head, I was like immediately, I thought that was Grotesque Tree, because I saw there were trees. Anyway. Ancient Temple, which, this is great. These will provide the throwable dibbles, the holy waters, but we need the inventory space. Well, we're going to equip these nets, and the belly dancer bathwater. That's horrifying. It's close to mana. Pick them up on the way. Oh, interesting. So, I like that idea. And 9 times out of 10, I would do that. In this particular case, I might pick them up now only because when I approach Monolith, this time I'm going to do it from the north so that I can visit the ancient statue after consuming, you know, the consumables to start the fight. It is still pretty close. I think I'll grab them. I think I'll grab them now. I think there's stuff I can make this work. I like the idea a lot though. That's a great idea generally. But I think I've got space on some of my mules here that I can make there be space anyway. I'm gonna equip a couple nets in the offhands here, and then we'll put some stuff. Put like, I don't know, a couple of these goblin skewers here. We'll make room. We'll go in. Let's do it. Oh no, I can't remember. Oh right, these are riddles. I can never remember them. What? Might as well see. Dust. Great. All right. We got 3 flasks of blessed water. So, okay, I think this works. We'll have to, I don't know, do something with these nets that I'm holding on to. Okay, alright, I want to get back to civilization. I guess, no, I do still want to look for Goblin City, and I guess it could be in here. We'll do a quick little scoop of this area. I'm also thinking it is possible that it's down here. I think this might be far enough away, especially right at the top of this fogged area, depending on this. Or there even could be mountains over here. So that's also a possibility. Yummy time for the drunkard to drink them. Alright, cool. And we had a couple gunners do a little, you know, shooting competition. We love that. These are 2 great bros to gain just an additional ranged attack. Unholds pass through here. We are interested in fighting some unholds because we want to craft some goodies. Minus 180 crowns, KW. Yeah, that's okay. They got resolve. Don't they get range attack? Isn't that what that event does? Did I just hallucinate? I feel like they just got range attack, right? I think that's what that is. +1 resolve each, isn't it? Hold on, wait a minute. Are you sure? It was resolve, huh? Well, we're happy with them getting resolve as well. Okay, I mean, that's also good. It was on the screen. I mean, I believe you. In my head, they use the arrows, they gain more ranged attack. Isn't there an event where they gain ranged attack? Another event is ranged? Okay. Well, in any case. I do wish there was a way I could drop stuff. Because unfortunately these nets are sort of in the way. Alright, we're gonna fight these unholds on flat ground. He's a brilliant strategist. I think another event, or maybe this event and the outcome is random. Yeah, I could look it up. But it's okay. So 8 unholds. It's actually quite a few unholds. Quite a few indeed. We're gonna back Sir Humpert up a little extra. And we'll get all of our gunners on the back line. Eagle-a-dub as well. That's a pain train if you've ever seen one. Yeah, we may get some injuries here. We'll have to be a little bit careful here. But we do have some incredible high ground, should we choose to use it. And we do. We do choose to use it. Ka! Okay. Oh, can we not get there? Oh, okay. I see. Oh, okay. So the only way up here is through there? Okay, I kind of didn't realize that. And now that I see it, I kind of want to send everyone up here. This is obnoxiously perfect, in fact. Absolutely obnoxious. I love it. The event is the same, 50% for one ranged each or one morale each. Okay. Thank you for looking that up. Yeah, I think in my head I made a mental note that it can be. Ranged and just decided that that's what it was in this particular case. But that's simply not true. That's not what happened. Let's see, I guess I'll bring Deep Space Cowboy up from the back. And despite how this looks, these cannot attack Akibio. He is way above them. What in the terrain? Yeah, this terrain is absolutely wild. Oh, we can't even attack there. That's funny. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and start blasting some of these unholds. If nothing else, we get fearsome procs, right? I guess I'll attack that one. Dude, this terrain. This is gross. I don't even know what to make of this. But we're doing some stuff here with the terrain, I guess. Okay. Defend the hill? No, that's a pillar. Yeah. Honestly, think you've only seen terrain like this in Gobbo Forts? Yeah, it sure seems like it, right? This feels like terrain that the player is never supposed to have access to. Only the AI. Okay, so that is a hex that I can attack. So I can't even attack these because they're too close. But I can attack this one guy? That seems kind of bad. There's a preset scenario that is accessible from the game menu with a hill like that versus Noxaris. Oh, interesting. I guess I'll take this attack, even though that's kind of a feels bad. I do care about killing that on hold in the back quite a bit. So we'll see if we can manage that. Can't do anything. God, this terrain is so weird. Boy, none of these attacks are really all that good. Oh wait. One of these unholds is probably going to toss this guy, and so he'll be able to get three stabs in. That'll be better. I love this. That unhold doesn't even know what to do. Oh my god. There we go. As predicted. I feel like this fight is weird and it's my fault. I made it weird. I made this fight weird. Why would I do that to myself? I've confused myself, and I have to deal with all this terrain nonsense. I hate dealing with terrain nonsense. This fight could easily be a scenario as well. Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Let's go for the kill on this one. Going in for the kill. Doing it for the thrill. Dang. Finally some bow action. Yeah, we do have some bow action going on here. Surprisingly. But it's happening. What's this? Bows? Are we back before worries and... You know, we found a named war bow, or found a named goblin bow that was pretty decent. So we're using it for now. Just for now. Ooh. Don't like Nixlarf's getting knocked down there. Don't like that one bit. Let's get a Kibio over there. Here we go, got that guy fleeing. I was going to take him out just purely for the resolve debuff to his allies, but kept missing. God, what is this fight? There we go. Nice. Okay, those are all fleeing. You shall regret that, Mr. Unhold. Oh, whoops. Looks like the bros are in a bouncy castle. Yeah, they're in a... This is a weird fight. Alright, we'll make a little gauntlet for him to try to run through. Didn't even give him the chance. Alright, and we got 3 giant skull and bones, which we can use to craft 1 full bone armor thingy. And then we've got unhold hides, which we could either make some doggy armor out of, or maybe as a component to a Lindworm scale cloak if we fight Lindworms, I guess. That went rather well. Yeah, it did. It did go rather well. And I didn't really get too many injuries, which is good, because that can be kind of a... Fights against unholds can be... I don't know, an injury factory. Let's see, these are not the cheapest items. The unhold hearts actually are kind of valuable. Pain as I do inventory sorting. Okay. This is good enough. Yeah, that was some weird terrain. Webnects. Do I want to fight webnects? That's the reason you normally hate Ifrits? Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Do I fight Lindworms? Sure. Yeah, I fight Lindworms. In fact, we took some previous runs. We took a bunch of Lindworm fights. Okay, Manifest Destiny's Child here is at a somewhat of an inflection point. So we've got the core build here. Final Overdrive is kind of one example. Sir Humpert is another, still missing the mastery. Lindworms in Winstreak? Sure. Yeah, I don't mind. I fought plenty of Lindworms in previous runs in this series. Hell, I even fought 5 or 6. So not just like onesie twosies. If you build for it, they are totally fightable. The key? Guns. And we got plenty of guns. You have to find that? Yeah, boy, you'll have a lot of footage to sift through, but it's out there, it exists. But I don't know, I've fought Lindworms like many times in this run series, so actually it won't be too hard to find an example. It's not like it's just happened just once. There's plenty of times where it happened. But yeah, okay, so Manifest Destiny's Child here. Yeah, Frenzy's not bad. Frenzy and Berserk, I think Berserk is maybe what you mean by the 2-shot skills after proc, but that's also a good choice. But yeah, we are at the point in the run where we're somewhat tailoring our build a little bit around the big difficult fights, and in particular, Monolith. We're also going to be thinking about what's valid for Sunken Library and Goblin City. In both of those fights, Berserk is not bad, actually, for this particular bro. He's got a lot of secondary stats. He's really jacked up, actually. Manifest Destiny's Child is insane. Very good. Both team player and disloyal. Can't explain that. Maybe they're like, to make this make sense, they believe in the team, but they don't believe in the position of authority. That being me. I feel like that would be me on the battlefield. Anti-authoritarian for absolutely no reason. Screw it, we'll grab Berserk and we'll see what happens at the next level. We can fight these webnecks, if we so desire. And we do. Sir Humpert is looking a little rough. You're the Redditor of the group? Sounds right. But yeah, we can fight these webnecks pretty easily, so I kind of want to. Just kind of for the experience, but also if we can get the reinforced Gossamer, or the Gossamer, we can make reinforced nets. And 32 Webnecks actually is quite a lot of experience. So from that perspective, you know, that's pretty nice as well. We're gonna have to do some obnoxious inventory sorting. If only I could just purchase a bigger cart. Ah well. Okay. So, I think we just start blasting. XGI-8 sniper rifle down here. All those just all missed. Sad. There we go. Kibio doesn't miss. Be like a Kivio. We're not paying you to miss, you know? And now they will haplessly run into our spears. Cute, cute, cute. Some of them made it into the spear wall. That's a-okay by me. We should be able to take care of them without much issue. Unfortunately, we don't have double grip on some of these bros because they're holding nets. Because we ran out of inventory space and gross. Whatever, we'll be fine. Why people on Nibble don't stay? You mean Nimble? Oh, Nimble and Steelbrow are not a good pairing whatsoever. I think if you believe that Nimble and Steelbrow go well together, I suspect you don't, and this is okay because it's not, this is fairly esoteric knowledge, but don't know exactly how damage is calculated in this game. Because they are not really good together. It probably would be a good idea for me to explain why, if I'm gonna make a claim like that. It is true. And I should explain why. And I can after this battle, because can kind of, let me focus on this in the moment, but if anyone wants to take a crack at an initial explanation, go for it. But a lot of it is the order in which reductions from remaining armor are calculated and where they fit into the formula as far as both Steelbrow and Nimble are concerned, and alongside the ratio of armor to fatigue penalty from helmets, as well as the likelihood of enemies actually hitting your head in real combat. Spoiler, it's not very often. Because we have nothing important inside. That may be the best answer. That's stupid, but I kind of love it. I like that answer a lot. But yeah, I mean, that was kind of a bad explanation, I guess, because I didn't really exactly say why or like explain each element of that. So actually, I feel like I did a terrible job in that brief version, but I can give you a better version here in a second after this battle. Actually, I think that would be a good idea. I am somewhat notoriously, I won't say anti-Steelbrow, but I'm much lower on Steelbrow than any other Battle Brothers player that I know of. I don't think it's a bad perk. I think 9 lives makes it somewhat redundant on a lot of builds. Whereas 9 lives is just kind of an alternative, but better. But we can go through kind of an example here in a hot minute. Kind of thought this battle was like nearly over, but I suppose there are 18 enemies remaining. Caca! Yeah, some more eggs still hatching, huh? Speaking of nimble bros with head armor, just found the tank in library with the Idrak helm and 0 fatigue chest or whatnot. Oh, oh, from one of my gameplay videos you're talking about? Or... because I did that in the Peasant Militia run. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a cooked, that's some cooking. That's some something. I think it was with the Idrak helm. Yeah, that sounds right. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. It works. It worked-ish. We had our two weird nimble tank setups that were atypical. Overcooked is... it definitely was not sushi, I'll put it that way. That was definitely the tempura of sushi. To keep things on theme. Alright, hopefully the webnecks are finally, like, properly running. I assume they must want to be running soon. You're looking for lindworms? They killed you so many times you want to see them die? Yeah, I'd have to... I think in the last couple runs, I don't know that I fought them, but early in the Winstreak series, I definitely did. So I feel like if you do the first ones, like either rebuilding a company or a new company, I feel like in one of those, there was several lindworm fights in a row. Not like exactly in a row, but like within the same video, like only separated by not much time. Yeah, I did make a lindworm attachment because I like the lindworm attachment for a forge tank. Anyone who's gonna spam Indom is gonna benefit quite a bit from the lindworm scale cloak. And the sort of mathematical rationale for that is the same as why Steel Brow plus Nimble is kind of not that useful. You don't know why you're more afraid of Ifrit than lindworms? Me too, buddy. Me too. Ifrits are very annoying to fight. I don't know if I'm afraid of them as much as just like, I don't see the point. Like they're very pointless. They're very pointless to fight. Alright, so we got some Gossamer here. I want to get enough Gossamer to make some reinforced nets. Do I just take all this Gossamer? Maybe. Sure. Wingless dragons. I sleep sentient sand. Woke shit. Yeah, sentient sand. If you think about it, silicon that makes our CPUs, that's actually sand. So this whole game is running on sentient sand. What I'm saying is Battle Brothers is an Ifrit. And all of our computers are. Horrifying. All right, we got some nice veteran levels. XGI 8. We'll go ahead and take Killing Frenzy. We'll let the fates ultimately decide. And by the fates, I mean myself. But I'm delaying the decision of bags and belts or bow mastery. I should just go bags and belts. But we'll keep using the bow, at least as a starting weapon for now. It actually makes, bags and belts actually makes that a bit better, because I can sort of tolerate the slot being taken. Alright, alright, before I continue my journey here, let's just return to town. Okay. I want to go to the Unhold Graveyard too. You hate bros with impatient? Yeah, impatience really can be really annoying. All right, let's get back to Sonstadt. Let's sell stuff. Let's return here. Look for Goblin City. Loot the Unhold Graveyard. I'm realizing now that Goblin City very well could be here too. I think these are too close to cities. I don't think there's a mountain range in here, actually. Maybe there could be. But I want to get back to this Unhold Graveyard anyway. So let's get down and sell stuff. We gotta make room. Then we'll come and bust all these camps. We may even get the cart upgrade. Slurgy, please clear the grayed out area. It's grinding the gears. Which one? Anyway, that's how I got out of mowing a lawn as a kid. Let's see, and they still, yeah, they got ambush trade routes here. Wonderful. So we get a good sale price. Just gonna sell the Unhold Hearts. We don't really care about the stuff we can make from it. You leave these little grayed out areas. I know. I understand the desire to not leave those. I get it. I understand. Alright, we can unequip these nets. And we're gonna want to make reinforced nets. We actually kind of want to visit a taxidermist in general. Which one of these? Where are we? Yes, the taxidermist. Oh yeah, it's always the purple one actually. So, all has red. Let's pay for some tavern rumors. See if we can find some named items. Dornheim's looking for blah blah blah. Dornheim. There's a place called Overgrown Woodhutter's Hut in the forest to the east of here, but no information about named items, so we don't care. Let's see what this contract is. Destroy Forgotten Homestead northwest of Grunberg. Wonder what that one is. Might be in here. Okay. Nah, we don't need to do that. We'll do our own exploration. Actually, maybe we should have done that. Maybe I could have done that. Oh well, whatever. Okay. So I've got enough money for the cart upgrade, which I probably will do. So I'm gonna go to Grunberg, see if there's anything we can buy as far as dogs from the kennel, and then tools and ammo and food. And then I'm gonna visit these camps in the Unhold Graveyard. We'll look for if there's mountainous areas here. We'll see if, oh, I guess Goblin City could be up here too. We'll sweep this for Goblin City. And then if we don't find it here, it must be, if there could be a mountain range over here or at the top of this mountain range here. But let's cover them all in this one next journey. That's the plan. Because here's the deal, I left all these little uncleared grayed areas, and those could have Goblin City in them. And I want to find the damn Goblin City. We'll buy some dogs. Given that I'm going to go to a taxidermist soon-ish, I could purchase these unarmored dogs. I think that would be a good idea, actually. And then we can craft armor for them out of the unhold hide. So we'll keep those dogs safe and safely in the hands of Leonard and the Chaucer. We could buy a fighting spear, but I think I will not do that right now because here's the deal. Let's upgrade the damn cart. You know, I'm sick of not being able to carry stuff. We're getting all this loot, and then we're not even getting money for it by not being able to sell it, and that sucks. So let's go to the Grotto of the Wildmen here. Fight this one first. And while the undead crisis is going on, we're gonna mildly avoid fighting humans. Just because humanoid enemies turning into skeletons is a wild card that makes fighting them, you know, kind of a pain in the butt. Those orcs agree. You can tell because they're fun and excited sounds. Those ones too. We do need to get to the south to get Igladub a gun as well. And get this guy up there. Naked Orcs versus Four Guns Dream. It's true. It's pretty great. Excuse me? That's better. Oh man. Almost 3 in one turn. Could have been the dream. Very close. Oh. That's a choice. Got him. All right, we should be able to just finish him off easily enough from here. Oh, no you don't. Get back here, Mr. Orc. We have unfinished business with you. Oh no, doggy, don't. No, 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 no. Drake! 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 Well, maybe shouldn't have unleashed that dog, actually. Kind of just threw him away. That's sad. I shouldn't have done that. R.I.P. Drake. You were a good boy. The goodest of boys. Speaking of good boys, I went to a dog event that was held downtown in my town today. And my dog Mango was a very good boy the whole time. He sometimes gets just too excited around other dogs. He just can't help himself. He gets way too excited. But this time, he kept it pretty chill. R.I.P. 26th dog of the run. Yeah, we've lost a lot of dogs, and there aren't that many good places to recruit them. There's just 2 kennels on the map, and they're kind of, you know, difficult to get to. Midwest baby. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Eagledub. Let's get fearsome. We're gonna be giving him a proper gun here soon. And again, we're still holding off on a couple perks just for weapon masteries. We could. I could be convinced to just give Eagledub the Zerk chain. Next level, give him Flail Mastery. And give Deep Space Cowboy the Greatsword. What would it look like if he had the Zerk chain? 19 at the moment, and he's probably going to have a heavier helmet soon. I don't anticipate too much else changing. Yeah, I think that's too heavy. We won't really be able to fire handgun and reload enough times with that loadout. With this one, we would be able to. In fact, the Greatsword is a bit lighter than the other ultra heavy, chunky two-handed weapons. We could give Eagledub, in fact, what would it look like if he was wearing the Decayed Coat of Plates? Pretty bad, but that's a extremely heavy armor. Yeah, we may end up giving him the Zerk chain. We'll see. Or some other, you know, if we just find a named flail. Problem solved. So do I just take Greatsword? Do you use the Greatsword and take Sword Mastery? It's not terrible. Greatswords aren't that bad. They get a bad rap. Unfairly so. They're not terrible. The swing is kind of useful. Split is a little useful. And overhead strike. You found the 5 Linworm's first click after you said starting a new company, Wild Odds. Alright, nice. Yeah, did I have Overwhelm Gunners in that particular fight? There were some Linworm fights in this series that have gone really well, and there's a couple that have gone slightly haywire, but none of them were like a disaster. How much initiative am I looking for in an Overwhelm Gunner? Honestly, about as much as Nixlarf's has here. At 130 or so, after all equipment is taken into account, that's a pretty good amount where they are faster than basically everything except for goblins. And even then, if you wait and the goblins wait, and you have relentless, you'll be faster than them. You don't need to be any faster than this, and in fact, you don't even need this much initiative. If he were down to like 120 or so, that would also be okay. Hyena Pelt Attachment is doing work here, notably. How much is that without the armor and attachment? Oh, I don't, apparently 152. But you can get away with less. 152 is pretty high. Well, hello, Matthew NK. Welcome. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just grab Sword Mastery. Screw it. We'll give this guy a great sword. Why not? Forgotten Homestead. Oh yeah, that was the one northwest of Grinberg. Let's take it out. Some Orc Young. I see some targets for target practice. And there they are. My practice dummies. Oh, oops. Not exactly the hex I meant to go to, but actually this will work out just fine. Okay. Yeah, you tried. Getting some weird value out of Berserk there. Unexpected value. Allowing me to move forward, attack, finish an enemy, and then move forward and spear wall. Kinda cute. The little orc fights. We've done a really high number of those in this particular run. Uncommonly high, I would say. Run them down. Okay. We fight, we loot, we move on. Okay, so we're gonna go to the Unhold Graveyard here and the Ruined Dwellings, and then we'll kind of loop through here. Again, we're looking for Goblin City. Boom, you take everything. Excellent, so now we really need to get to a taxidermist. We have so much stuff that we need to turn into attachments. It'd be nice to find some dire wolves. See if we're able to do that. Looks like it was 4 gunners, 3 with overwhelm. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that will solve lindworms. That will just completely solve that fight. If you hate lindworms and you want to beat them, that's a good way of doing it. They still have 5% though. For fearsome, you're saying? Or what does 5% mean in this context? We love Direwolf Cloak with the skull on a fierce. Oh yeah, we don't have the skull in this run. I don't think I've found it in any of them yet. I knew what you're talking about though, I do love that. That's always min hit chance, right? Yeah. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yes. They will always hit at least 5% of their attacks. Correct. I thought maybe you were referring to the impact of fearsome. Because there's still only a 5% chance of causing a morale break because lindworms have comically high resolve. So fearsome does nothing. I don't know why my brain went there because you did not reference fearsome at all. And in fact talked about initiative and anyway. 5% of the time they hit every time. That's right. That's what my my spears do. They hit 5% of the time. Every time. Get him. You have a hard time with statistics. There's just as much chance to roll a 1 as there is the other 99 numbers. Yes. That's true. Well, boy, are we yeah, I mean, it depends on your range, but sure, yeah. Either you don't, it's 50-50. But yeah, I mean, statistics can be, statistics is full of unintuitive truths. Oh my. Manifest Destiny's Child getting absolutely bodied here after breaking the spear wall. Gonna have to do something about that. That was something. But yeah, each of the numbers, of course, is equally likely from the full range. But there's a funny thing that happens with human perception where we notice all of the outliers. So something that's 1 in 20 chance of happening, especially if the outcome is negative, it stands out to us when we don't get our desired result. Hey, Mango. Hey, bud. I was just saying how you were a good boy today. So keep it that way. Boom. Hit him with the great sword. Alright, this was a slightly involved fight against just a bunch of orc young. They put up a fight. You hate to see it, but it happens. Didn't really do any damage. That one got a sudden surge of bravery. Good for him. Run him down. Can't let this guy suddenly decide he wants to fight. Wait, where's the other one? Oh my goodness. Oh no, I hope our dog doesn't die. Alright, we'll chase him. Because we can't be having that. Not another dog casualty. Give him backup, I guess. We should, hopefully, be okay with our dogs with this many. We'll see. Okay, the dogs will be just fine. The dogs have it. Whew. Alright, we're good. We're good. See, they did it. Those are good. Those are some good boys. Ooh, and we got a pretty good forged armor. I did say we will probably find another forged armor, at least one, before this run is over. And we got one from a pretty easy fight there. And so, Eagledub, congrats, you now have a shiny item. I might actually, yeah, we'll just, boom, there it is. All right, another shiny item, the illustrious Sellsword's hide. Great. We have so many named forge armors. We've got, well, I guess 4 of them plus armor the Ejirok. Great. Wonderful. I think I can stop hanging on to this junk. All right, and if I don't see a mountain range here, I guess it still could be in here, maybe. Now, see, we're in like Orkville, and we need to go down to Goblin Town. Yeah, I'm guessing Goblin City must just be in here somewhere. All right, well, I guess we'll just keep taking on orcs on our way. The orcs of our lives. Caw. Oh. Incidental knockback. Not exactly as intended, but totally fine. Orc genocide this hour? Yeah, no kidding. Well, we gotta, you know, make up for what they did to Final Overdrive. They collapsed his lung, and he won't stand for that, you know? The team won't stand for what they did to him. And thus, orcs must be eradicated. They're still big and beefy and tanky, though. And now they're all running away. Mission accomplished. I said that in a way that was, I just now realized, is the red alert, Command and Conquer red alert victory sound? I don't know, speech thing? More orcs are dying. And we will make Blackfire very happy by carving out this little section of fog. Unit lost. Unit lost. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Man, that game was fun. Ooh, random goblin. See, now we're back in Goblinville. Based on kind of the delineation, now I'm really thinking it's like, I wonder if there is like mountains way over here. That would be really annoying. Strong clip. We're carving through the fog. Alright, this will be a good fight for a stick. Here's some random orcs though. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. But I want to find that damn Goblin City. The team is good for Goblin City. We are. We really are. I think it might be in the Fog of War near that peninsula. When I show the map, show me what you're talking about. I'd be curious. Because I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Nice shot, Nyx Larfs. Okay. Outspeeding goblins, as previously described, because they waited, I waited, but I've got relentless, and goblins don't. Though I think goblin champions, I don't know if it's both the skirmishers and the ambushers, or I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure someone gets relentless when they're a champion. Maybe both types of goblins. Blocked? Not allowed to do that, that's cheating. Caw. Okay. I do like using the eagle. It's very, I don't know, it's just nice to know where stuff is. Making pretty good use of Berserk on the Spear Duelist, even with spears, because I guess they're so cheap to swing, too. Should consider the... It's actually pretty high value. Well, that orc said... the other type of greenskin. That goblin pieced out. I say we send the hounds after him. Got him. Nice little fight. God, it's nice having the card upgrade. Just being able to click that button. Move stuff over. Okay, Manifest Destiny's Child. What do you mean by in the fog near that peninsula? Is this the peninsula? This is what I was thinking is, yeah, somewhere in here. Either over here on the left, this section right here, or I think this is maybe far enough away from civilization it could even be up here. Below that? Oh, like, oh, down here? Yeah. Maybe. North of Tanware? Oh, over here? Or you just mean like over here? It's probably in the mountains half covered by the clouds. That's your guess? Yeah. I think that's a reasonable guess, right? So we know the goblins are spawning in this area of the map, and they tend to, they clump. I don't know exactly the spawning rules, but they center around, not center around, they spawn around Goblin City. And so, yeah, this feels, this is too close to civilization for Black Monolith, and I don't know the specific ranges of each legendary location, but none of them are as far as Black Monolith, so this could be, I honestly have no idea. It feels like based on the way the orcs are spawning that it's definitely not up here. Like it's definitely down here somewhere. I don't think I really would have expected it like here or here. Or here, maybe? I don't know. We'll check out this area. I mean, we need to go to the south anyway to get a gun and stock up on some consumables and maybe even consider doing library. Might not be a bad idea. Okay, with the partially collapsed lung, all right, I'm gonna do a tiny bit of math here. All right, minus 40% fatigue. Let's take a moment to think. He's at 68 without, so 114, right? So 114 times 0.6 is 68.4. So it rounds down, or it rounds, I should say. If I bring him up to 115, he'll go to 69. Nice. So I think if I give him this point of fatigue, it actually sticks. So let's do it. I think this will bring him from 68 to 69. Nice. 69 was the amount of fatigue that Final Overdrive was always destined to have anyway, you know? Many orc young and some orc warriors. We'll let them go. We won't let them go. I was just kidding. Why you leave that sliver of fog around the camp? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's... I understand. It's a terrible thing that I've done. Oh, I should have used the bird there. So what defensive perk do you end up liking more, Nimble or Battleforged? I like having a mix. Battleforge is better defensively, but your best offensive bros need to use fatigue, and thus I like having Nimble on them. So my answer is I like both. And it's also an opportunity to use all the different types of armors that I happen to find while out adventuring. You personally lean towards Nimble? I mean, I would say overall I do too. There's also, you know, power spike timing to be concerned with or to consider as well. And from a timing perspective, Nimble is so important. So as far as tempo is concerned, Nimble. Good stuff. No one's going between my fatigue neutrals here. Kind of awkward. I kind of want them to. I want to attack. I want to attack with them. It's a normal thing to want to do. There we go. See? Oh, I should have moved him forward, considering those orcs are fleeing. What am I doing? Foolish. We're out of ammo. Guess we'll kill those so they don't rally. But yeah, Nimble is such an incredibly good perk. It really is. We will be testing the durability of our boar spears here. Pretty soon, they won't last much longer. I think there was a good portion of Battle Brothers history when Nimble wasn't considered playable, or there just wasn't as much diversity in streamers. Well, there was a period where Nimble used to be different, and I didn't even play back then, so I can't speak to exactly how good or not it was. But it did used to be different. But I also think there's a tendency of focusing on late game content. And to me, that's a little bit less interesting because, like, there are so many ways of being really powerful late game that it's not like interesting anymore, maybe is a good way to put it. And so by the time you've got a company full of like forged gear, it kind of doesn't matter what you do. Oh, final overdrive out of spear walls. You honestly think you like Nimble just because you get tired of seeing bros killed through armor? Be things like Chosen and things like that. Yeah. Yeah, Nimble is... The thing is like, there's an obsession, I think, in... Oh, no. I shouldn't have done that. There's an obsession with Barbarian Chosen in the Battle Brothers community generally. Like they're terrified of them. They think they're the scariest enemy in the world. And here's the deal. If you have good Nimble Bros, you don't really need to fear Chosen at all. And wasn't Nimble chance-based originally, I think? Yeah, someone described it to me not too long ago, and it was like, oh, what was the description? Like 50% chance of taking half damage, but the chance, there's like 100% chance of taking half damage, but you lose 1% per minus fatigue on your armor, or minus fatigue accumulated even, something like that. Hybrids just destroy Chosen. True. That is absolutely true. Hybrids are so good against Chosen. Throwing weapons just obliterate them. That's also partially why I personally like to use spears against Chosen as well, is just purely because you can hold them off for a long time and then just let your throwers just, you know, pick them off. Alright, I guess we don't need all this strange meat. The team won't eat it anyway. Alright, Black Fire got the final perk, and as previously discussed, we plan on making Black Fire our Monolith tank, and we'll go through exactly how that works at the time, but we're going to give him Lone Wolf. Really want to take Resolve here. But I also really want hit points. Yeah, flank my hybrids, you're just gonna get a two-handed weapon to the face. Exactly. Exactly. So, purely from the perspective of when we have him tanking for the very final fight, Resolve is super important here. Yeah. His hit points are lower than I'd like, but you love getting good enough nimble to make Nimble Forge out of the Udrog Helm. I did that last run in Peasant Militia. Had a nimble tank that I, you know, turned into a regenerating tank, and it was delightful. I think because we're going to leave the Idjarok Helm here, we really value the resolve. So I'm going to take that. It'd be really nice to pump his resolve even more. If we could get the +5 from the arena, that might also be, I mean, that would be desirable. Whether that's something we can actually conceivably do, well, we'll see. All right. We'll mow the lawn here a little bit. We'll keep Dad happy. Oh man, this is one of my favorite events in the game. It's like he's more than a sword for hire, you know? He's someone you can depend on, like a brother. But not a whole brother, obviously. More like a half brother. A bro, if you will. And so when someone has, what is the teamwork or whatever? But yeah, Deep Space Cowboy, giving tons of people some +1 resolve because he's got team player. I love that event. Brother from another mother. Exactly, exactly. All right, so let's go down and explore this southern section. We're looking for Goblin City. And on our way, we're finding more and more orcs. I don't know where they're coming from, but I know where they're going, and that's to extinction. Put them in the dirt. Will do. Spear walls up, and we're ready to roll. I will say this style of playing with the spear walls and the guns is very satisfying. Boom. Nice sniping EELI. The phalanx pushes forwards, and the guns follow behind. Nice shot. EELI turning into a real sniper here. So are any of the gunners going to be dual wielding cannons? Oh man. Dual wield pistolas? If only. Frontline guns plus spear wall is something a day one player would think up, yet here we are. It's true. It's true. Again, Exhibit A, the bell curve meme. Spears are good. No, you've got to build fatigue neutrals and blah blah blah. Spears are good. Eventually you'll have a gun. We're working on it. We do, that is in the plans. Also, hello Eagledub. And just to be clear, there are 2 tanks with whips in the back line. Look. The really funny thing about that is that, like, that wasn't the plan. And they are sometimes on the front line, but there's just not a space for them. And we don't want them to get pushed through by orcs, right? Not as relevant with the young and whatever, but for orc warriors. So the best thing to do with them is just have them whip from the back line. I don't know. It's weird. Not what I planned. Exactly. Like, I did give them the whip on purpose. I did know that would... I should say, that was kind of the plan, but it wasn't the plan for that to be their default behavior or their behavior in this frequently. Whips are surprisingly effective weapons. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Okay, so let's check out this little peninsula first, and then we'll see if there's mountains over there. Backline is the safest place to be. They're extra tanky tanks. They know how to stay alive. Alright, goblins passed through here recently. We like to see that. Let's follow these footsteps. Maybe they'll take us right to the city. Oh, hell yeah! Yes! Yes! Rule Gazix, a great goblin city nestled into the remains of an ancient fortress. Protected by dark and towering walls, it is host to a standing army of vicious greenskins. Fucking found it. Good call, Manifest Destiny's Child, and it can spawn somewhat close to civilization. That is much closer than I imagined it could be. Maybe not much closer, but certainly closer. Wonderful. So, we will visit Rule Gazix, and we can do one of 2 things. We can either slaughter their scouts and raiding parties, which is like 8 random groups of goblins, or we'll take on the forward posts, which is 5 outposts. That one's a bit easier to do, and those are the fights we want to seek out and fight anyway. During the 16th century, the pike and shot formation was the meta in Europe. Cool to see Slurgy bringing it back. That's right, I'm the true hipster, you know, wearing a tweed jacket or things that have fallen out of fashion. Get on my level. I'm all the way back in the 16th century, baby. People walking around with their monocles and their ascots and other such decorations. I'm here with the pike and shot. I consider myself something of an intellectual. Alright, now we're gonna just be busting down these goblin walls so that we can take on the city. Slurgy would have been at Land's Neck. I am tall, after all. Mark your bingo cards. No, I think actually what I would have been is a coward who just wanted to go back and tend to his crops. That's the real answer. I would have just wanted to get back to my cabbages. Renaissance man. Oh, in the literal sense. That's very funny. I like that. And I should be somewhat careful with Sir Humpert. Don't want to use them all willy-nilly. And have him take damage unnecessarily. You're a musician, right? Most musicians died of STCs. But oh, that's true. I'd have gotten syphilis. Yeah, that's accurate. Definitely would have got syphilis from sleeping around, probably with the king's daughter, and then whoops. There was one in particular. What was it? It wasn't Beethoven's deafness caused by syphilis? Is that right? Yeah, dude, syphilis was all the rage back then. People were catching it left and right. I think, isn't that why wigs were so popular? It's because it like hid the hair loss that would happen from contracting syphilis. I might be making that up. But there's something like that that is close to true. Good old days when it was called VD. That's right. Venereal disease. That's right. The good old days. Oh. For some reason that spot is elevated. Nixlarfs can't shoot there. Oh well. The queen giving you the side eye while you play at the king's court. How she got syphilis, I won't ask. Best not to ask. Best not to upset the king, after all. He's wondering why the queen only gives him daughters but no sons. Well, who could even ever know? Ah, whoops. Sorry, Final Overdrive. Just gave him a skewering. He's serious, the court jester knows why. Oh my god. We'd have made quite the medieval court here. Oh my god. Whoops. This terrain is throwing me off. I'm attacking things that aren't exactly what I intend to do. What's a little friendly fire between bros? I say they were just talking about, you know, the team player here who has a reduced chance of friendly fire. Everyone was celebrating, so excited. Run them down. We're not letting these goblins live. Oh no. I'm a team player. Give me a gun. I promise that if I aim for you, I won't hit you as often. There we go. Good boy. Alright, now we gotta play the inventory game again. It started. But we are right around the corner from true civilization. And we've got some cheap stuff to just simply discard. So luckily there's that. Yeah, see, this looks, look at that junk we don't even care about. And we'll go to Tanware, where maybe we'll buy a gun, maybe we'll get EELI a gun. We'll see. They've got a sandstorm here, so probably no guns for sale, but we'll be able to sell things for more. Escort caravan 6 days? Hell no. Well, nothing interesting here, I guess, other than just to sell stuff. We'll see if Hamdun the Insidious has a armor here that we want. And we might just purchase the bro purely for that armor. It's that good. The assassin's body armor is incredibly good. And we have so many crafting materials. We really do need to get to that taxidermist. So a handgun is about between 3,000 and 4,000 crowns. So we will need to earn a little bit of money probably while we're down here. We'll also need to get some money to craft things. And we're also going to want to buy stuff at the alchemist. That makes me slightly tempted to not purchase this assassin. But I'm doing it anyway. And it's like, he's not a bad bro if we were to want to use him. But we don't. But we got his assassin's robe. Mark your bingo cards. Oh no, what did I do? What did I say? Copium? Hopefully you get the event for a $2,500 cannon. Yeah, that'd be great. Are you the only one that never hires assassins or glads? I think not hiring glads is sensible. Glads are, you know, like sellswords, but worse. What backgrounds do you most like? I guess in a vacuum, I can't quite answer that question because it depends so much on, you know, what's available and what my team needs. But to give an example, we'll just look at the current squad. Rat catchers, I often just hire them for the nets, and sometimes they turn out good. Sellswords make awesome hybrids, and so I purchase them for that purpose. I purchase them when I'm like really flexible, because sellswords are just great. Rat catchers, same. Nomads are like where I'm looking for budget, frontline, either nimble damage dealer or fatigue neutral. Farmhand is like often when I'm mid-game and maybe looking for either a forge tank or sometimes nimble damage dealers. I tend not to get too many farmhands. They're not my favorite, but you know. Brawlers, butchers, thieves, hunters, sellswords, militia, squires. That's a pretty good list. I'm a little low on militia. I tend not to buy them too often, but if they're cheap, then I definitely recruit them. But yeah, Adventurous Noble, very good, you know, frontline type bro. Sellsword. Hunters make great ranged. Poachers, this was just a starting poacher. I tend not to recruit poachers too often, but they're a good like tempo thrower type background. Butcher, because they're just good frontliners. You don't expect a banner out of them, but that's what we got out of Adler. And then Squire, because I wanted more hybrids. Normally not running near this many hybrids, but here we are. And I think we're probably not going to use this. I was thinking about it a little bit more. So if I wanted to use the flail, you really also want Headhunter. And then what perk do I drop? Yeah, wild men are wild. I like picking them up for cheap because you can occasionally get really good ones, but then you can sometimes get wild men with like, you know, -10 melee defense. Because they start with -5 and then have cocky or something. Slurgy, can you ask for some help building a bro? Sure, put it in chat. I'm sure others would be happy to weigh in as well. You do like flails, always good times. Yeah, see, I want to do a flail on Eagle Dub, but the problem is, if I get flails, right, I need to take Flail Mastery and Headhunter. And so to take a step back, we're level 8. We have 3 perks left. So right now we're looking at Underdog. Wait. Oh, we have Student. Okay, so we have four perks left. I was like, something's missing. Underdog, Battle Forged, Gifted, and a Weapon Mastery. I don't really want to drop any of those on this particular build. And I don't want to go flails unless I have Headhunter. So I think there's maybe just not room for it. You think that Headhunter is... You don't think Headhunter is necessary for the flail to be worth? I don't know, it's pretty good. I mean, I don't think it's necessary, but I do think it's good. You were thinking a dodge newt for this guy? Yes, but don't get too caught up in the talent stars for initiative. I think dodge newt there is good, but never neglect a +4 in hit points or in resolve. Always take those if given the opportunity, or even a +3. Don't necessarily level initiative despite the talent stars. 3 talent stars looks very tempting, but I still wouldn't. You're not going to get that much value out of it. Yeah, I think a regular newt probably will end up better. I think 111 initiative is kind of on the cusp. And again, you really don't want to pump it because you need to work on the secondaries so much, especially on this bro with 52 hit points and 37 resolve. So I think just a regular fatigue neutral would be a good build for that bro. Have you ever tried dueling with flails? Probably a stupid question. Have you tried everything? I have not tried everything. Yeah, flail duelist. I don't know that I've made one. Actually. Not like dedicated flail duelist. I think if you get a named item, sure. Without a named item, I don't think it's quite enough. I think it's probably okay, but not maybe as good as it could be. We'll hang on to the flash pot. Let's see, do I need all these strange mushrooms? Now that I'm thinking about it. I might use a few. I don't really have a great use for the strange mushrooms. I'll sell a few. You color code the shields based on the roll? That's cute. I like that. An extra row of reserves would feel so nice in this game. True, it would. Alright, let's get some regular shields back on these bros now that we're out of Goblin Town. Yeah, we'll go with this one. Hey, Final Overdrive. Yeah, I had a great Saturday. An absolutely lovely Saturday, in fact. Final Overdrive, by the way, you got a collapsed lung. But you're okay. It's just, you know, a little hard to breathe. Acute pneumothorax, you know, could happen to anyone. Too much smoking. That's right. That's right, we gotta get the company doctor here. And then, oh yeah, I was gonna see Potion of Knowledge and Iron Will. Not so great. But a single smoke pot on the banner seems like a good idea. You did Spear Flail Duelist, it worked pretty well. Yeah, I mean, I could see it working. Certainly, as you know, as I've discussed before, there are lots of ways to build bros in this game and find success, for sure. Alright, let's move on to Al Hazif. Head on over to the next city over. You're gonna jump on the Flail Duelist, our good train? You think so? The damage of the flail is just the highest tier flail is just a smidge low. I don't know that I'm convinced. But I certainly could be wrong. Let's see, day 86. I think I got there in time to do 2 arena fights. And we got another armor here that I can pilfer off this guy. Would you look at that? You have run them before and they're fantastic? Interesting. Well, maybe I'll have to give it a try. No handgun for sale here. Boo. 4 recently retired bandits. Easy peasy. I think they're good. Yeah, I could see them being good in mono. That makes sense to me. That makes sense. I definitely could see that. Okay, so who do we want to give experience in the arena? This is a pretty easy fight. Blackfire would be a good one. We want to pump up Blackfire's resolve. So let's bring Blackfire to this fight. Not so good against warriors or chosen. Switch weapons in those fights. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, any duelist is kind of meh against warriors, and chosen, yeah, the flails aren't not doing you any good there. Though, I mean, chosen do not have steel brow, and nor do orc warriors. And sometimes orc warriors can come into battle without helmets, foolish like briggies. Put you in? Yeah, I think so. I think we're gonna put Blackfire here, and I guess let's do Akibio. And I suppose the banner This is a real hodgepodge group. We'll give the banner boy a bill hook. And I guess leave everyone else as is. We'll just need to be careful with the banner to not make him a reasonable target for the nomads to attack into. You made it out of curiosity to see if Headhunter works with Spear Wall. I think it should? Right? I think it should. Seems good. I was hoping that I'd be able to, well, didn't happen. At least finish him off with one of those two, and then I could put Blackfire right here surrounded by all of them. This is still fine, but... The guy's really committed to making his way all around to get an attack on the banner. Didn't do it. I suppose he's not a banner guy, but because he doesn't have the banner right now, but whatever. Oh! Well, we can't let him rally. That would be terrible. Wow, am I ever gonna hit this Nomad Outlaw? %52% chance to hit. 56? That's what I've been missing? Okay. Wow, that was a lot of like 56 and 50 whatever % chance attacks missing all in a row. Cool. Adler the Banner gained a veteran level from it. So that's good. And we will let it go to day 87. Right? There we go. And then we get another fight in the arena. 2 gladiators. Okay, so we absolutely can still do this. What I'm gonna do slightly differently though is Adler is going to become Nettler. We do want to keep a few nets to craft on to make a couple more reinforced nets. I guess I have 3. How many realistically am I going to be able to take into the Monolith fight? Like 5 or 6. It's kind of the top end, but... You thought of a build you want to try now? Two-handed flail with Catal, since the two-handed is a chance to stun on hit. And a nice chance to get a massive follow-up. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't think... The problem with that build is going to be... how many extra perks you need to make it function. Like you really need like Headhunter and Duelist and Dagger Mastery and Flail Mastery. Like it's a lot. That's a lot. I think it could work, but I don't know. It'd be a little tricky. But yeah, we're gonna have designated netter in Adler here for this fight. And yeah, it's only like a 30% chance to stun. It's not super high. Speaking of flails. Do I just move forward and attack with the melee weapon? Kinda think I do. Rude. I may not need to use this other net, but I may as well. Got him. Cool. So that was a nice little trip to the arena. You love it when you can sort of fit in 2 fights. Getting to 5 fights in the arena for the banner will be really good, and getting there 5 fights on Akibio will be nice, and getting to 5 fights on Blackfire would also be really good. So anyway, let's go smoke pot, flash pot. I don't think I really care about the whip on the banner. I don't know. I don't need to bother with that. Let's hear that sound again. So good. Okay. So we're gonna visit the alchemist. We will buy the night owl elixir because again, we're definitely gonna go into Goblin City at night because, you know, we need those filthy gobos to miss. And honestly, if we could go in with 12 night owl elixirs, we would. But we're not gonna find that many. But we'll buy them specifically for that purpose. Cat potion will also be nice. And we will eventually want to buy some fire pots. I don't need to buy them now. Could buy a tiny bit of ammo. It's a little expensive. Same with tools. Same with food. But we'll buy those things anyway. And if I recall correctly, yeah, so deliver cargo to Al-Hazred, a day to the east. Wonderful. We want to do that anyway, because we want to go to this taxidermist. And you're back. How goes it? Good. Quite good, in fact, I would say. I don't know that anything too terribly exciting happened, which I say is a good thing. Get rid of the orc town. Which one? Many orcs have been killed. There are very few orcs that remain extant in this particular version of reality. Alright, so we're gonna do some stuff with the taxidermist. Alchemist, boom! We got a handgun, you love to see it. And some very good potions for sale. Deliver cargo to Tiefenstadt, maybe? Drive off nomads at Nomad Retreat east of Al-Hazred. A 3-skull contract will not overwrite any named items that happen to be at something. And a 3-skull contract also has additional champion chance. And we've got the bounty hunter. So that's a maybe contract. But speaking of things, which we are gonna do, we're gonna do some crafting here. a lot of crafting. We're definitely making the reinforced nets. So that's happening for sure. I think this has good enough range defense. Maybe I don't bother keeping this kite shield. I think it's like 20% of a champ. I don't think it's that high. I think I don't know what it is, but that seems really high. Is the falcon still alive? Sure is. Alive and screeching. Okay, so how many bone platings do we get? Just 2? Yeah, I think we just craft both of those. There's actually, you know, before I did that, I could potentially, if I cared that much, if I had tons of money, I could get the alchemist, and I can't anyway because I haven't crafted enough stuff. But I could get the alchemist purely just to try to conserve materials and craft extra stuff. We'll be okay without it, but anyway. We'll craft both bone platings. Noxera trophy necklace, crafting one of those. Heavy war dog armor, crafting 2 of those for sure, because we've got 2 good boys here. And they need to be fancy, and now they are. Nearly everybody has a dog. How wonderful. Nixlarfs may as well have the Noxera trophy necklace. That seems like a good idea. Bone plating. Now we want to put bone plating, I think, on some of these. Bone plating is good because it can be either on forged armors or on, you know, regular old padded leather. We're gonna buy this handgun. We're gonna buy the cat potion. We're gonna buy all of these. And yes, I recognize we're almost broke. It'll be okay. So we'll give Eagledub a handgun. Hallelujah, we're finally there. At least it won't be on a leather tunic. There's still time. We'll get rid of the quiver bolts and the spiked impaler. We're gonna get just like 2 days worth of crowns. Perfect. Then we can accept that contract to bust the nomad camp. So okay, so the bone plating, back to that. It's good on forged armors and it's good on nimble armors. It's the piece of equipment, the piece of gear that's pretty flexible in that regard. I don't love it on the assassin's robe simply because the -4 fatigue helmets that exist are only mid, like they're okay. They're like slightly lower efficiency than, they're like a slight bump in the efficiency train up, with the closed mail coif being the best. But that said, Sir Humpert would really like to have bone plating. Doesn't have dodge, so won't get a benefit from the initiative. We could give him dodge, but I don't think I will. I'll probably give him something else, to be determined. But to help him with his weakened heart, we can just say, well, you just don't take damage when you get hit. That's pretty good. And then if we're a slightly less efficient, nimble amount, that's kind of okay in that, you know, we'll have more armor. So, like, you know, it's fine. And let's see, was there... And at the other place we had a nomad, or excuse me, an assassin we didn't buy. It was a bit more expensive, so. So yeah, I think maybe I will. I think I'm convinced myself. I am just gonna put the bone plating here. You know, I could leave him at 41% nimble or go to 40% nimble with the closed metal coif. That's kind of whatever. You know, because I could technically do this and this, and that would be fine. Sure, we'll do that. So then the other bone plating, we could put on a piece of forged gear. If we get 3 direwolf attachments, we get 3 easy, or direwolf pelts rather, we get 3 easy additional fur paddings that could go on some things. So I guess we can go ahead and put just bone plating on something. This doesn't have an attachment yet here with Blackfire, so there we go. Cool. Lovely. Wonderful. Good. So, I am going to take this contract because we need money. And it's a 3-skull contract. We'll see if we can get some champions. I'm not optimistic because it's kind of a very teeny tiny camp, but we'll see. Ifrits. If we get an opportunity to fight some that's not very exciting. Aha. Ifrits. Disaster. Alright. So, the way this fight works, Ifrits will spawn north of us, nomads to the east. You know, the best way to do this, I'm not sure. We're definitely going to use the hawk. Falcon? Eagle? Bird. You would just cancel the contract. But we need the money. Oh, the Ifrits are all conglomerating. You can hear them. Alright. Ooh, a fighting spear. We want that fighting spear. So there's a few ways of kind of doing this. We could either retreat down and to the left and kind of let the Ifrits and nomads fight each other. That's one way of doing it. We also need our dudes to live. True. Very true. Time for some injuries. Very likely. The other way we could do it is go more south than back into the left to fight a chunk of the nomads and let a chunk of the Ifrits fight this remaining chunk of nomads up here. Let them duke it out, slow each other down, because I want this fighting spear. The greed is real, and the greed is named Slurgy. I'm greedy. Greed is good. I'm pretty sure that was a cheat code in Warcraft 2. Tides of Darkness. Great game. Bum, 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 bum. Boy, final overdrive, you're fast. It's only greed if it goes bad? Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Nice shot, XGI 8. Deep Space Cowboy. Not such a nice shot. I'll take that one, sure. This group up here, this north flank of nomads, I have a feeling it's just going to get completely trashed by Ifrits. And we're just going to watch it happen. Tawid the Plunderer is spearwalling all the way back there. Where's he going? There's Ifrits, it will go bad. Well, that's probably true. You can hear them doing their creepy Ifrit stuff. Yeah, they're definitely not going to push forward because they believe they have ranged advantage, and that's true. But do they know there are Ifrits? He heard you saying you wanted the spear. Yeah, I don't know where he went. He's like, you can't have my spear. Why would he have this accent? He's a nomad from the desert. I don't know. Alright, Igladub finally getting a chance to try out a handgun. Respectable, but he still needs a little work. Alright, we'll put Blackfire here. We can... And we, in fact, Offit and Blackfire can actually move forward a bit, and they can take melee contact against these weapons, and it's actually like no big deal. All the other nomads are going to be up there fighting the Ifrits. What type of damage does the handgun have? If you're asking from the perspective of how does it perform against Ifrits, the answer is poorly. It does have a damage penalty against Ifrits. Good try. Ifrits are growing stronger. The real question is, where did that nomad leader go, and where is my fighting spear? He's up there, fighting Ifrits. Probably losing. Ugh. Smart sand, please be gentle. Yes. We need our fancy spear. We need the fancy spear. We need it. I needs it. I just do. Please, smart sand. Give it to me. Quantum sand. Yeah, there's some sand fighting going on up there. And to think, the nomads all this time were using pocket sand as a weapon, not knowing what hell they nearly unleashed. These ones still foolishly attack me, even while the Ifrits rip apart their back line. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Are the nomads winning? What is happening? We know they're not winning. We've seen how fights against Ifrits go. There it is. What you'd give to be able to throw pocket sand? Well, I mean, all you gotta do is put sand in your pocket. Sounds pretty easy. We're trying not to let the Ifrits kill steal. Where should I put XJI8? Just leave him there, save his fatigue. Oh, and Battle Brothers. Alright. Sensible. Oh yeah, this crap. We'll have to deal with that as well. That's what I'm saying, the undead crisis sucks. Alright, their back lines are getting ripped apart. Ifrits are doing Ifrit stuff. But that can be an opportunity for us to push forward as well and get right on top of the Ifrits, where when they split, they don't have anywhere to go. What is that guy doing way down there? This is suddenly like a four-way battle because of the random zombies. It's fight is out of control. The important thing is that this fighting spear ends up ours. That's all that matters. Okay. No. Game. Got it. Got the fighting spear. Hell yeah. Who cares what happens for the rest of this fight? We got a moral victory here. Hey now, whose side are you on? Deep Space Cowboy will move over the flank, I guess. We'll pull out the blunt weapons, because we're gonna need them. Maybe shouldn't have put the banner there, actually. Have regret almost immediately after making that maneuver there. Because he's gonna be kind of a target. I don't really want him to be. Okay. Now if he's a target, it's fine. Okay. We can move Final Overdrive up there. Sir Humpert, a little low hit point value because of his heart injury. He'll hang a little further back. Right where he's at is, I think, just fine. Okay. Ooh, good. A rare miss. An Ifrit miss it. Missing. Missed? An Ifrit missed? Ifrit missed? Anyway, an Ifrit missed. That was good. You like that. You're back. What'd you miss? Battle Brothers, mostly. Nothing too terribly exciting, which I say is a good thing. Boy, I hope Howler ends up staying alive. Gotta keep our good boys alive. Es importante. There are so many Ifrits still. Why are there so many? Why must they be like this? Where's that outlaw going? He's trying to peace out. I guess I don't blame him. Alright, we're gonna try to get the shields out in front. Ifrits, by the way, are unaffected by nighttime penalties. So while I have minus range defense, they don't lose their ranged skill. Which, if we're being honest, sucks. Rigged? Exactly. Alright, well that nomad I suppose is just gone. Isn't it the same for gobos? No, gobos are affected by nighttime penalties. Hopefully I can kill this one before it gets a chance to go. Guess I'm relying on Black Fire? I guess I just am. Nice. Excellent. Good. Shields out front. Worked as intended. Yeah, they do have a shaman. Yeah, I should say they don't under normal circumstances, but yes, the shaman can cast a night vision spell. So if you fight goblins at night and there's a goblin shaman, and they all start out making some sound, like that's them giving night vision. Ooh, a broken nose on Eagledub. Of course they hit him in the head, because why wouldn't they? Sir Humpert smacked in his bone plating. We'll probably move resale up there. I think that's okay to do, probably. Excellent. I can prevent these from combining by just taking out this Ifrit, so I'll do it. Ifrits cannot be stunned. I thought that was true, but I checked the tooltip to be sure. And we'll do this just to hit some armor. Yeah, we'll get Final Overdrive in there. Ka-bam. Feels like that's the music that should kick in, considering we are fighting beasts. Whew, okay, actually that went pretty well. Realistically, we took very little damage. The only real hit we took was on EELI, who took a Ifrit, you know, smart sand to the face. And we got a fighting spear. Wonderful. And so, we should probably give the fighting spear to our other cripple, perhaps. Or, more realistically, we should give it to, I was going to say whoever has the highest fatigue, which I suppose is Sir Humpert. All right, Sir Humpert, you get a fighting spear. Be good to it. Yeah, almost no injuries. The only injury was a broken nose, which honestly does not matter that much. Not that big a deal. He just had to catch the rock in his face. Exactly. Exactly. All right, Nixlarf's got his veteran level here, and we'll just apply it straight down the right side here. And EELI, great level up. Maximum rolls in all the primary stats. And so what's next for EELI? So again, the last 4 perks are going to be Underdog, Battleforged, Gifted, and 1 Weapon Mastery. Gifted would be a decent choice right now because stats are good. Underdog isn't bad, but I think based on where he's positioned, we're probably going to keep him closer to the back. So I think Gifted. I think Gifted is a good choice. And we're just going to allocate them right across the primary stats again. EELI has turned out to be an excellent bro for this particular role. Only downside is having Impatient, which is just sort of a pain to play around. And that gave us the money we needed to return to All Has Read. Or once we return, we'll have the money we need to not go broke. Not going broke is the good part. How does Hunter work with a handgun? You hit one in the head, they all get it. No. So, Headhunter and Fast Adaptation work with a handgun in kind of a goofy way, where they'll like get the Headhunter stack and then immediately expend it on the next thing they hit. It's kind of a similar idea to Fast Adaptation. Only Fast Adaptation is capped at 1 stack, so if you miss multiple in a row, you still only stay at the 1. Anyway, it will build and use it in the same turn, so it's a little bit of a crapshoot. You can kind of still get Headhunter stacks from it. It's okay. It kind of makes it good in a way because, you know, you do have the opportunity to get Headhunter stacks before you make melee contact, which is kind of good. It's the same with the 3-headed flail. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And you know the sad thing about fighting those Ifrits is we got 2 sulfurous rocks. You can't even, I mean, those are used as a component in making fire pots, but you can just buy fire pots. So we're just gonna sell them. As sad as that is, we're just gonna sell them. We've got enough money now to not go bankrupt. That's good. And let's see, do I want to accept the contract to go to Tiefenstadt? You get half a fire pot from that nightmare, exactly. So deliver cargo to Wigmar, the guildmaster in Tiefenstadt. So the reason I might want to go to Tiefenstadt is merely only just to go back up here to Wolf's Wall to buy some dogs. How many dogs do we have right now? Well, I guess, maybe we don't need to. Guess because in Legends the perk Dual Strike from the knife tree. Dude, Legends is weird. And we are close to the Sunken Library. Sunken Library could be a pretty good fight for us to take soon? Question mark? How soon? You prefer vanilla? Me too. Does the team have what it needs to fight the Sunken Library? Yeah, the low fantasy, absolutely agreed. The team kind of does. What would we want or need? A few more dogs would be good. But honestly, that's basically it as far as things we need. Give this guy a fixed up helmet. Yeah, I think the team is basically ready to do Sunken Library if we wanted to. I think some more dogs would be convenient. I think that would make the fight a little bit easier. I really do. We can make more heavy war dog armor. We've got just the one unhold hide. Let's go ahead and make that. And we're gonna get that on a dog that we're gonna purchase. But I think I'm gonna leave that as a problem for a later Slurgy. A Slurgy on a different day than this day. Looks like Slug Zoo is playing some Battle Brothers, so let's give him some love. The other Slug, from Slurg to Slug. I'll be chilling in the background, just quietly. And so to all of you, wherever you are in the world, have a lovely day or night. Ta-ta.